I do.
Hi, Kim. Ay, ay, ay.
You weren't with us last night, huh?
No, why?
Mick held it to good timing for each department, and we actually finished a little before 8:30. So let's hope
Really?
we did. Oh well, it doesn't matter to you. You're up first, so you got it, Mick.
Exactly. Exactly.
Hey, Mick.
Hey Kim, how you doing?
I'm all right. How about yourself?
So good. Hello, Mr. Austin. All right, I'm gonna step away for a minute. Be right back.
All righty. Hey, Justin.
To all of you. Quick question.
Yeah.
I almost need to ask it. What happens to this item if we don't have a quorum?
Well, that would be up to, I guess, Mick and the chair to maybe put it on the new business of the upcoming meeting, or it waits until the next committee.
Okay, I just want to make. I hope this isn't time sensitive. I'm not hoping to jinx us, but I just thought about that. Where I'm like,
Well, we asked about the timing. I think there wasn't a timing issue. But they did want to get it done for another reason. I think we'll have a quorum. Just let's cross our fingers. There's Dominique.
It's me.
Hi, Dominique. Okay, we got two towards your quorum.
I'm knocking on wood as well. So
How many do we need to make a quorum? 5?
1, 2, 3.
uh,
You need 4. You need 4 because there's 7 on the committee.
yeah, that's true.
You need 4.
4 for a quorum, 3 for witness. All right.
Okay.
Hello, Mr. Lopes.
How you doing?
Felt like I just went on a roller coaster ride.
Yeah, trying to get it situated.
You weren't just at a driver's test for an 18-year-old.
Nah.
My son just got his driver's license today, so.
Hey, congratulations.
No, good for him.
Bad for you. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, good for you. That is true.
I didn't realize how scary it was for my parents when I was learning to drive until I took out my brother-in-law, and he was like just turning 18. And I was like, wow, this is terrifying. The whole time I was like, does he understand depth perception? Like, I shouldn't have done this with my car. But
no, he's a decent driver, so I'm not complaining.
Okay. I'm happy
And
for you.
It's
was
pretty
on
rough,
State
though.
Street. It was on State Street, and the inspector said he was a very safe driver. So.
Okay.
Kids do have it a lot harder these days. Back in my day when I got my license, during the test, I stopped the car, got out, went into the road, got a turtle that had somehow gotten onto the street, picked it up, brought it to the side, put it down. The guy's like, "Why'd you do? You can't do that." I'm like, "Oh, sorry, man. I don't know. I saved the turtle." It's like, still passed.
Maybe
Like,
that was the source of our mascot now.
Let's see. We still need a couple people, huh?
We do.
Council President, I'm not coming at you, but you just hit us back in my day when we had horse and buggy. When I took my car test, just like,
It's
Now,
hard.
did you have to stop with your feet like some of us old guys did?
Like Fred did. Oh wait, here's Kath.
Good.
She doesn't count towards the quorum though, unfortunately.
I know, Kim, I'm no help.
No,
Sorry.
no, Kathleen, that's not true.
Betty said she might be late as well. Let me check on Brita and Marjorie and Valerie. Hmm.
I heard some of those tall tales about driving tests.
All right. All right. So I'm checking with Marjorie. Brita should be on her way. Miss Horsley might be a little late. Miss Wetmore might be a little late. And I believe Miss Gary is still in transit. So hopefully we can get enough.
Mr. President, as a bit of order, should we take public comment again now that we've been properly noticed? I mean, should at least offer to.
Um,
I want to make sure we do
no,
this.
that's a good point,
up and
Mr.
up
Austin. Yeah.
Without, I don't want any questions on it. I'd
Right.
rather put up and up and make sure everything's done properly.
No, agreed. Yeah. You said we just need 2 more people is what we need.
Well, we've got lots of people.
We need the right people.
We need committee members. We get the right people. I mean, I'm sure we can get a few of us out there with shovels, and we can really go to town on this.
good afternoon, Counselor.
Hey, Brad.
How are you?
Yeah, fair to middling.
It's economic development that's first, right?
Yeah, hopefully we can just get enough people here.
Lots of build up for it.
Hey, Mr. Austin, Oop, are you still there?
Yep, still here.
Explaining this to someone, I use the analogy as kind of like those street kind of streetscape sewer things in New Haven. You know, the ones that they have.
Bioflow.
Is that an apt analogy or is that an inapt analogy?
That is a very apt analogy.
Oh,
It's
good.
just much, much, much bigger.
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah,
it's
so I kinda-
the exact same principle where you divert the rainwater into a depression. You allow the rainwater, the vegetation on the top cleans it, and uh, then the water is able to soak into the ground, and anything that overwhelms it goes into the storm drainage system like it would normally. In this case, our storm drainage system is the park. Then it gets the road, crosses the road, and goes into another wetlands.
Right. Nice.
So it's cleaned before it's cleaned.
Speaking of New Haven streetscape, I got contacted by one of the New Haven alders about a safety crossways for the Farmington Canal. And they were saying that we filed a joint grant with them.
Correct.
But I don't know, they said they just approved theirs, and do we need to approve ours?
They approved theirs internally. We haven't gotten the award yet
We have not gotten the award yet.
from the state yet. We are the lead.
We are the lead.
We are the lead. It's actually the applicant is the town of Hamden.
Mhm.
The applicant is New Haven. So because New Haven's process takes longer than ours does, Giovanni wanted to go as soon as he found out that the consultant was recommending award, but the state has not sent us an award yet.
Okay.
So when the state sends us the award, then it's time to move.
But it looks like it's good.
Early indications are I
Probability.
can't put words into it until we have money in the wallet.
Probability wise.
Probability, it looks very good. It was actually number one on the region. Scrog put it through as a region, and we are the number one piece to that. And I was incredibly greedy. I went for $3.5 million of about a $2 million grant.
That's not greedy. That's generous for the community.
Somebody's going to get the money. And yes, I get it. It's state money, so it's coming out of all of our pockets.
Mhm.
But somebody's going to get this money. Why not us?
And
I
everyone's
was
Agreed.
pleasantly surprised.
Here, here. I like that way of thinking, Mark.
I talked to Giovanni maybe 3 weeks ago, and he mentioned it. So I was like, "Hey, how do we partner with New Haven?" He's like, "Actually, Mark is doing all these things already." So kudos to you once again. I forgot to mention it to you, but your work is definitely.
I'm greedy. I figure if somebody's going to get it, why not Hamden? It's a win for everybody. It helps the taxpayer because it reduces the project costs. We get things done. It's probably this project, like many of the others, is 80 cents on the dollar. We're paying 20 cents on the dollar, so they're paying 80. We're paying 20. It's we get improvements. We raise the quality of life for our residents.
Public safety.
Public safety. I mean, I've got plenty of those going, and it's just a matter of making sure the awards happen. And then I could get on my soapbox and talk about capital projects, but I realize that's not tonight.
I will do that for you.
Not tonight is not necessarily the night, but it's a big part of what the engineering department does. Oh, and by the way, these are actually in compliance with the plan of conservation and development, of which is part of my other hat that I have to wear, which I do get to talk about tonight, but that's later. And Mr. Jackson's getting worried because he knows where I can go.
I prefer the terminology many headphones. Just seems more adapt.
Sir, I could never rock the headphone like you do.
So Mick, who else is on this committee? Do you want me to,
Yeah, I've been texting here as rapidly as my thumbs can go.
Valerie, Marjorie, Burita, and Betty.
Yeah. So I guess the question I'd have, Kim, Sue, maybe
how many more people do you need? How big is the committee?
We need
Two
two
more.
more.
Have you texted Marjorie yet?
I have.
Oh,
Haven't heard
okay.
her.
Well, I shouldn't bug her then.
Oh,
Yeah.
here's Burita. Yay.
There's
Hi,
Burita.
Burita.
All right, we need one more.
One more.
While we're
Um,
waiting for that, I actually had a quick procedure question. On the third week of the month when the regular meeting of the council, is that all the committee items from that month or the previous month? It's that month.
From that month.
Okay.
So anything that's approved unanimously can go on the consent calendar. Anything that was approved but not unanimously goes on the regular agenda.
Okay, cool. I didn't know if we were doing the month wait thing or okay, that's cool. So at most things are waiting 2 weeks. That's okay, cool.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Good evening, everyone.
Hey, Rita.
Burita.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hmm.
Be right back.
Is Adrian on that committee?
He's not. Hi, Adrian.
Hi,
How's it
Adrian.
going? Hi, everybody.
Good evening.
Hi, Ken Kelly.
Hey, Kim. Hey, everybody.
I'm jealous of your beard.
Of his beard?
You didn't see that nice handsome beard that he
Yeah, I did. I just wasn't sure beard is what you
Okay, I
said.
don't want to delay too long and want to be able to get started. Unfortunately, we are running late on the economic development meeting, but we have put a process together here that we can be able to move forward, checking our appropriate boxes. So Ms. Baez, we will open the meeting, then recess, and we will come out of recess when we should have Dr. Horsley and Ms. Wetmore coming soon. So we'll start that meeting, recess it, get into the department heads, recess the department heads, finish up that meeting, and then it's hard to get a rain garden. I didn't think it'd be this hard, but
To be completely respectful of everyone's time, Mr. President, we can also move it to the very end of the department heads meeting. This way we can honor the time of my fellow department heads. And this way they stay on their schedule, because obviously it's expensive to have all of these professionals in one place at one time.
it is. So Dom, if you're okay with that, we could do it at the end too.
I'm fine with that.
Okay,
Would you like me to open it up now?
please do.
Hello, everyone. I am here to chair the Economic Development Committee meeting tonight instead of my colleague and friend, Miss Athena Gary. So hello, my name is Councilwoman Dominique Baez, and I'm usually your vice chair, and I would like to open up the meeting tonight at 6:05 p.m. So tonight we do not have a quorum for this committee yet, and we have one item to discuss, but for the time being, I will put this meeting into recess while we go into our information session for the department heads. So now at 6:05, I will put this meeting into recess. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baez. And at 6:06, I will open up our department head testimony in presentations, beginning with our town attorney, Ms. Gruen. Ms. Gruen, the floor is yours.
Good evening, members of the council. I'm grateful to have come through this past year safe, healthy, and employed. It has, however, not been without challenges. A year ago, when we found ourselves in the midst of the pandemic, resulting in the closure of government offices, I was left with the responsibility of having to dissect and digest emergency declarations, executive orders, sector rules, public health directives, and I had to coordinate and write our own local emergency orders, all in an effort to continue to move the business of the town forward. That business, at least for this office, did not stop. In fact, in all my years of service to the town, I've never been busier than I am now. We continue to hold meetings, advise, and assist in the departments, boards, and commissions. We accomplish the statutorily mandated revow on time. We continue to review and write contracts. We got through an election, and although the courts were closed to the public, we continued to receive claims and lawsuits, and litigation, while stagnant for a while, did not go away. But for me, at least, it's the request for public documents that increased at least threefold, if not more, that just consumed and made my workload just incredibly more than ever. On top of that, as most of you know, our paralegal, Patty Lujic, retired. And while we're in the process of a job recruitment to fill the position, as I told you all a year ago during budget deliberations, I could not handle the workload without her. So as we move forward to the next fiscal year and the state and the town begin to reopen and businesses resume, I anticipate a similar surge in workload, and I appreciate that the mayor recognized this and added an additional assistant town attorney position to the office to take some of the day-to-day burden off of me. And if you would note that there's an error in the document, the hours should be 20 rather than 35. And that would be consistent with the other two assistant town attorneys in the office. Right now, Tim Lee handles all of our land use. He advises the land use departments and commissions. He attends their meetings, handles their litigation and court appearances. He also does the real estate transactions for the office. Brendan Sharkey handles the legalities related to energy use, relocation, trash, and the disposal matters. He attends the policy board meetings for Covanta matters. He handles the tree hearings, and he does the animal control matters. And the proposed position would really be used to take help with the day-to-day workload that I encounter each day. I do want to make clear, though, that I do not expect this additional position to decrease the use of outside counsel, because that is a specialized, those counsel are special and are used for special matters that require a level of expertise. And in fact, I expect, as you see, the mayor did he lowered my request, but it's increased from last year. And I think that is going to be somewhat consistent with where we land this year. And I do anticipate a transfer being required for about $50,000, which will come your way shortly, just due to the increased matters we're handling in the office. I welcome your questions, happy to answer any comments, questions that you may have for me. But that's all I have for tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Gruen. And actually, as you were speaking, you answered several of my questions that I had about the position. I guess the question I would have, and perhaps we can go into this in more depth during the deliberation portion. The question I have is about availability. On the day-to-day, since it is a part-time position, my question would be about the availability of personnel and talent to come in. Would the expectation be that this person's there half a day? I guess, on the day-to-day functioning, that would just be my question. And that's something we could go into further detail in the deliberation, unless you're ready now.
Well, it's flexible. I mean, ideally, it's the availability of the person to take some of the load off my desk. And it doesn't really matter location. What matters is availability, and you don't know until you try to see what's out there. I anticipate that, we cast a wide net and see what we get, and hopefully we do well with that endeavor.
Thank you, Ms. Gruen. And that's about it for me, looking at what we have there. But and you did mention the professional technical service line, which is something we'll have to discuss further. You made yourself clear, I think, that with the ongoing occurrences, you're anticipating $450,000 in need. So that's something we'll have to consider carefully. Thank you. Mr. McDowell.
My only question, and again, maybe this is something maybe this is a little research I need to do offline. Is this sort of how most municipalities our size and that are relative to us, how they structure their town attorney's office. It seems unique to me that we have 3 part-timers. Is this how you find a lot of other municipalities structured?
They vary greatly. A lot of it depends on how they handle their insurance defense. You'll find more in-house counsel when insurance defense is handled in-house. You'll find the litigators, quote unquote, employed by the town or not.
Yeah.
Other towns have a blend where their town attorney doesn't actually come in full-time and is, on a very part-time basis, as are the assistants. So there's a completely wide range of how different municipalities perform these services. We have done different iterations as well. We've had more full-time, but I think I've told you this before. The work has been, there's a lot of specialized work that goes on. And while you might find somebody who's like me, who's, willing to not have a private practice and do all your labor work or something like that, it's become a specialized business, and you want the best bang for your buck. You want really good representation in every aspect of the area. And I think that's what we do with this blend.
Okay, great. That was sort of my next question. I think you kind of already answered it, but it was sort of, what was this structure made because we feel this is the best way to represent the town legally, or was it more a fiduciary, decision?
No. I think that I'm satisfied that we are represented well.
Okay. And I did notice that you did not request the additional assistant. However, the mayor's request does. Was there a realization somewhere between your request and when the mayor proposed his budget, or was there a conversation? I guess
Yes.
I'm wondering what made you realize that this was the way to move forward.
So I for those of you who know me, I never put in raises for my department, and I never put in additional requests for personnel. When I went to my budget meeting with the mayor and finance director and chief of staff and deputy finance director, the mayor recognized the enormous amount of workload that this office had this year. And he was the one that came up with the, he said, what can we do? I mean, I'm here till, as you know, you see my car in the lot every night. It's been a grueling year, and I'm not complaining. I'm happy to have my job. But it's been a grueling year for me. And, it was as a result of that conversation that we had during that budget meeting.
Yeah, I think it was the library yesterday that used the term second responder, right? We have our first responders that are actually on the ground responding. And then we have the administrative employees who are doing the other work that has been necessary from the pandemic. So you've certainly been on the front lines of that, and appreciate how you've done that in a cost efficient way. And you've always been cost efficient in your work. So I trust your judgment and your assessment here. Thank you. I appreciate you being here this evening. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman McDowell. Mr. Farmer.
Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you, Attorney Gruen, for all the work that you do. Definitely guilty of those document requests. I guess the question I have for you is 2 questions. The first question is, by adding this position, I guess we're making a commitment and an expectation to keep this position moving forward, right? Because
I would never make that assumption. I take each budget year as it is.
I appreciate you sharing that perspective. But I think that's something that we really need to think about as in all departments as we're adding positions. There might be some stuff to temporary, but there also might be some things that we're restructuring to say for long term. And I would love for you to just share, you know, long term, what would this, let's say you have this position theoretically for 3 years. You don't know what work is going to come towards you, but let's say theoretically, pre-COVID, if you had a position like this, what would that allow you to do, or how would that be able to have your department function better uh, for administration as well for the public?
I think that in this office, Mr. Councilman Farmer, we take the work as it is. When the phone rings, we answer it. When the email comes in, we answer it. If it's not for our department, we divert it to another department, but we respond. I've never turned away work that really wasn't mine. We take the position that we serve the public, we serve the departments, we serve the boards and commissions. And there's never been an absence of work in this office. It's just been an really unusual time. I don't think we'll ever go backwards. I don't see the workload diminishing. The public, rightfully so, is demanding of our time, and that's just the way it is.
No, I appreciate that assessment, and I think I agree with you. I think that between documents, requests, media, and more of a hunger for people to know what's going on, I think that's not going to go away anytime soon. I guess the second question I had for you, in terms of outside counsel, these specialty counsels to deal with these issues, is there any way for us to partner with other municipalities to retain some of these lawyers? Is there any way that we can um, bring down those fees? I understand lawyers are specialty, and especially as lawyers gain a unique perspective on a facet of law, that's something that's always going to be highly profitable. Are there ways that we could work with other communities to acquire this talent?
So when there's a common interest, and I can think of an example right now, I really don't want to mention it, but it's something that you're probably all aware of in terms of trash. We can use council. We can share council with other municipalities, but more often than not, the town of Hamden is the client and only the client, and it would be a conflict, to share. But it's an interesting concept, not unusual, not unheard of, but I don't necessarily think of it as a cost saving. I will tell you that we are very frugal with the rates that we pay, and really our outside counsel is well aware of our budgetary constraints.
No, I have no other questions for you, but I thank you and your team for all the work that you do. I remember coming into your office and just the amount of work y'all put into rescuing that kitten as someone was in the hospital. So y'all really are the unsung heroes. So thank you for the work that y'all do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Farmer. Further questions or information requests for the town attorney's office? Ms. Roe Lewis.
Good evening. Good evening, Attorney Gurin.
Good evening.
I thank you for everything you've done throughout this pandemic. And I know you've been working hard, extremely hard. I'm not going to be the one who asks some other questions, but I'll ask you, is there anything else that you would like to see in your budget that is not in there?
No. No,
Okay. So you're good with the budget that was presented?
I would note that, as I do every year, the professional tech, the number we put in is probably a closer and accurate number, knowing the matters that I'm handling right now. But I'm happy to live with that number, with you knowing that I'm telling you right now that we'll control it as obviously as best as possible, but there are some matters that are completely out of my control.
Okay, I wanted to make sure your department has been doing an excellent job
Thank
with the
you.
amount of requests that has been coming in to your office space. Things beyond your control, as you've said. So I just want to make sure that you have all that you need to work with. You're an essential office, and so I want to make sure that is staffed
Thank
quite
you.
well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rolos. Anyone else with questions for our town attorney's office? Okay, seeing none, I'll echo everyone else. Thank you so much, Ms. Moon, for everything you do for the town every day. It is much appreciated. We know that you always have the town's best interest at heart. So
Thank you.
much appreciated. And our next department presentation is personnel. I believe Mr. Kelly's here. No, Mr. Kelly, you're muted, sir.
Sorry about that. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having us here tonight. We submitted a flat budget for the fiscal year 21-22 in recognition and support of the town's current financial position. The only increases in our budget proposal this year are contractual increases for the two union positions that we have in the personnel department. It has been a very trying 12 months for our department as well. In addition to the town's ongoing human resource functions in our department, we've had an exceedingly busy 12 months or so dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic issues, specifically related to CDC guidelines, governor's executive orders, mayor's executive orders, responding to town employee exposures, positive test results, quarantine protocols. We've been working very hard during this time to ensure town employee safety, supporting department and employee productivity when we had the offsite working, and dealing with employee mental health issues that have been related to the pandemic. I'm very satisfied with the budget that I proposed. And if you have any questions regarding our fiscal year 21-22 budget proposal, I'd be glad to address those questions by preparing responses for our next scheduled meeting.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kelly. And we do very much, as with everyone, we do appreciate your flexibility, your creativity, and your dedication during this very trying year. It has certainly been difficult for all of us, and I'm sure for your department especially. Do appreciate your putting in a flat request. Thank you for that. And I'm just going to open it up to other folks. Mr. Farmer.
Thank you, Director Kelly. I guess the question, I have two questions. Well, technically three, but I'm going to stick to two and we'll see. In terms of testing supplies, I see that the department requested 10,000 and the mayor put 9. I'm not sure if that was a typo or there's a conversation around that.
Yeah, 10,000 is a number that we, when we have to do some of the larger, when the police department and the fire department promotional testings. We hire outside testers because it's very specific. And in our budget hearing meeting, the administration is looking to trim wherever they could. So that request was made, and I will learn to live with it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I guess my next question, none of us know where things are. There's eligibility for a lot of people to retire. So I guess a question to you, do we have the infrastructure to be able to deal with mass recruitment of new personnel in various sectors throughout town? Is there anything that we need to prepare or do otherwise, or anything that would help in that effort?
Well, I do know that, periodically we hear that there's a large number in, say, police and fire that are eligible to retire. But if you look at the history of what's happened in the town, it's been pretty regular and pretty steady that there's anywhere from 13 to 22, 23 retirements in the high years. So, I mean, I hear that all the time. I think we're prepared and we're set. If we had, a large group leave one particular department, we would be able to get a list in place that all would run through civil service. But I think we're prepared and we're set if something like that were to happen.
Okay, and I appreciate that, and I'm glad to hear that. The only other question I have around some of the things with the police accountability bill in terms of testing, is that something that goes drug testing and things like that? Is that something that goes through your department, or would that be the police and fire department respectively?
Well, that's actually a great question, Justin. We've had some discussions about that. I know that in my discussions with the chief, there's psychological testing and things that are in the police accountability bill that are going to run through his department. As far as drug testing, that is also going to run through his department, but there may be other sundry things that may end up coming through the Human Resources Personnel Department. We haven't been approached with anything yet, but it's entirely possible, and that's actually a great question.
Just a follow-up to that, my understanding is that there is funding for some of this stuff through the state. So in that process, do we have the right implementation to make sure that we can capitalize on those funds from the state? And are we prepared to do so in a timely manner?
I'm pretty sure that that's more of a question for the police chief. I know, they have grants writer. I know they have people over there that are constantly looking for state and federal funds for the department. So it wouldn't be something that would come out of my department.
Okay, well, thank you for all that you do and all that you are doing, as well as your staff.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Farmer. Ms. Shoemaker.
Thank you. Hi, Mr. Kelly. Thanks for being here tonight.
Hi, Kath. How are you?
I'm doing okay. Now, if I understood you correctly, you would be fine with the requested salaries that are not contractually required as you submitted them.
Yes.
And there are stipends in your department budget, and those stipends are allocated to departmental staff. Is that
Correct.
true? Okay.
That is correct.
Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate that. Appreciate all the great work you do, you and your staff. Small staff, great work. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilwoman Shoemaker. Ms. Lewis.
Thanks. Good evening, Mr. Kelly.
Good evening.
My question is around automation. as it stands right now, I'm looking to see if you had anything where you were looking for a kind of a software as it relates to individual who apply to the town, who can apply directly online. And it's automatic and comes directly to you. Last night during one of the testimonies, we heard about how they would like to incorporate Epic into what we have into some of the software in town, so that they can automatically be integrated into the hospital system. We don't want that, but we want individuals who, and that's like forward thinking. And so I'm looking for when someone is applying to the town, they go directly on the website, click on a application and can apply directly on that website. Are you in any way looking at any software that is able to do that, Mr. Kelly?
We have not, but we certainly could look into that. I don't have any funding in my budget for that. Our applications and are online on the town website, and people do go there and download the applications. But as you know, they all have to run through the Civil Service Commission. But that's certainly something we could look into.
Okay. I think this is about the fourth, fifth, or sixth time I've asked that exact question about how we're doing as it relates to a town and how we should be making things easier instead of somebody having to download it, print it out, write it out, and do all of that stuff. That's almost, that's something we can work on. You can look at some of the things that we need to, what the software would cost, and see if the town is able to do something like that, because that in itself would save you money, would save the town money in general. All right, that's all my questions tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Ms. Baez.
I'm checking at this stipend line here, and it says that this is our first time doing this stipend. And I'm specifically curious about the AAEEO officer that we have as a town. So this is the first time that we have an officer, or this is the first time that we're offering a stipend for it?
No, this stipend has been in the budget, Ms. Baez, for, I don't know, 8, 9, 10 years.
Oh, why does it say 0 for 2019, 2020?
Because it wasn't broken out. It was in professional tech. And last year, they asked us to break the stipends out.
Okay.
Put it in a separate line item. But this is certainly, and those stipends have remained static for the last 10 years, 9, 10 years.
Okay, that's good information. Thank you. I'm sorry.
No problem.
This is my first term. My other question is that this AAEO officer does this report here. How many reports does this person compile?
Well, they do the EEO4 reporting for the entire town.
Okay, and that's for all the town employees, or is that also for projects and procurement?
Just town employees.
Okay, all right. So do we check procurement and who we're giving our contracts out to?
That would be a function of the purchasing agent.
Okay, because we do have CHRO requirements for our state funding.
Sure.
I was wondering if our AAEEO officer operated the same way here in the town as they usually do for contractors.
Well, she does not do that for the purchasing department currently. She does it for each of the 22 departments in the town.
Yeah, we set out in field inspections for those projects, those contracts that we let that are subject to such items, Councilwoman Baez. But they come out of purchasing.
And the engineering or purchasing does those field inspections?
Purchasing.
Purchasing specifically for CHRO.
That's correct.
Okay. Back to Mr. Kelly. My question is also, I lost my train of thought here. This EO officer is our human resources officer as well?
Correct.
That human resources officer is going to be getting an about an $8,000 raise and has this $10,000 stipend?
No, the raises that were put in by the mayor were not requested by myself or by our human resources officer. And as Kath Schumacher noted, we're fine with our salaries the way they are. It's flat. It's other than the other two union employees.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Bias. I'm just going to add, and perhaps this is a note for Mr. Jackson, but I do think when it comes to us thinking about salaries, it'd be very helpful if there was a, just a description of the process by which numbers and managerial compensation was determined. It's very difficult for us. We are, the ultimate fiscal authority, but it's very difficult for us. We can't possibly know the day-to-day of each department, although, I know folks do take time to visit and communicate, especially with, the departments with which they are involved as committee chairs. But it is hard for us to understand, which supervisors, which department heads, which managers should be compensated at what level, because that's outside of our day-to-day experience. So it would be good to get a comprehensive explanation of managerial compensation, salaried, non-contractual compensation. That would be very helpful for our deliberation. So
thank you, Mr. President. I think, we've been working on this since I first walked into that building in 2004. And we've not come up with a really good long-term response to that. But I know that the mayor wants to have that conversation with the council this year. So we will provide probably 2 or 3 thoughts as to what might make sense, because we do spend a lot of bandwidth going over, these sort of 12 lines when we have a whole lot of stuff in this budget we need to get.
Agreed. Yeah. And I know that it does get to be a situation too, where we do have the relatively uncomfortable and morale crushing situation where the supervisors making less money than the people they supervise, which is not a way to recruit or maintain talent and maintain a good working environment. So it would be nice if we could solve that this year. I'm on board, and we'll see if we can get other people on board too. So thank you for that planning. Mr. Farmer.
Yeah, just something to add to your assessment, Council President. If there's a way moving forward, if we can make some type of denotation of contractual raises, I think that will help us visually be able to move through the budget faster, and then be able to flag the conversations that the council president just talked about morale, because there are times when we have conversations about salaries that cause panic amongst employees in the town, when sometimes it's just a typo or sometimes it's just a misunderstanding. So I think that would help us do better and be better stewards of general morale. So obviously nothing can be done now, but if finance can take that into account moving forward.
Thank you, Mr. Farmer. Yeah, and I think that was a request Mr. Caesar made too last year. So, and it would be helpful. We just have the contractual versus non-contractual salary increases. It's one of the first questions asked in every single department. Which of these raises are contractual, which are not? So, yeah, something along those lines would be quite helpful, Mr. Jackson. All right. Anything else for Mr. Kelly and our personnel department? All right. In that case, I'll say thank you very much for your time, Mr. Kelly, and for your work for the town of Hamden every day.
Thank you. Thank you, all council people, and have a great evening.
Thank you, Ms. Cogswell, for being here too.
Oh, yes, definitely. Thank you. Our next department is the police department. Mr. Chief Sullivan is unable to be here today, but he did send his team to speak to us today. I'm just grabbing Mr. Alston right here. I'm not sure who is the lead on this, but if you'd like to introduce yourself and your team for the police department,
Sure.
please do so.
Good evening, everyone. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Robert Daniello. I'm a lieutenant here at the police department in the administrative division. With me in the room today is Deputy Chief Kisak, Captain Sampieri, Sergeant Diaz, Sergeant Onofrio, and I have James Mesner, who is our traffic technician. Also in the Zoom meeting is Pedro Rodriguez, who is our IT professional. The chief sends his regards and his apologies. He's actually out of the country, so he asked us to meet with you today. At the police department, our officers work tirelessly to preserve the peace, deter and prevent crime, apprehend offenders, pursue justice for victims, promote traffic safety, and educate the public. We remain committed to expanding our diverse professional workforce through bias-free recruitment, hiring, and promotion. As of late, we've taken a community-oriented policing approach to preserve, foster, and build public trust. We envision a safeguarded community where quality of life is enhanced and the fear of crime reduced. We strive to achieve these tenets through impartial, ethical, and professional police practices, as well as maintaining and cultivating proactive partnerships with the community we serve. Through continued internal scrutiny, we've set a goal to utilize progressive law enforcement tactics in unison with the latest technological tools to protect residents and stakeholders. Our budget attempts to provide police services in a fiscally responsible manner. During our current fiscal year, the department obtained funding through grant application processes for motor vehicle law enforcement, such as distracted driving and seatbelt enforcement, for COVID-19 needs, the Secret Service, and the Department of Justice. Some current year accomplishments include participation in the Strengthening Police Community Partnership Program with the Department of Justice, establishment of a community police initiative, compliance law enforcement standards and practices called CLESP, post-C compliance, acquisition of new firearms and tasers for all sworn members, formation of the Crime Deterrent and Intelligence Unit, the adoption and continued effort to comply with the Police Accountability Act, the participation and partnership with Community Relations and Cornell Hill Scott Healthcare Initiative, working with the homeless population, providing essential services such as food banks and COVID-19 testing sites. Despite the hurdles our officers have had to tackle in the face of hurricanes, tornadoes, snowstorms, and a worldwide pandemic, they've shown great resilience in accomplishing the sometimes unimaginable task of providing public safety for the residents they serve, while in some cases leaving their own families at home. They navigate through daily challenges, at times in face of danger, and take on lengthy and complex investigations that hopefully provide closure for victims. The administration would like to recognize their dedication, which continues and sometimes amazes me time and time again. The police department has many challenges in the upcoming year, some of which include providing continued support in a COVID-19 environment, increasing personnel, and providing overall police services while considering budgetary constraints. The need to update our failing IT infrastructure, the construction of a new animal control facility, the rebuilding of the department's vehicle fleet, recruitment of diverse and highly qualified police officer candidates, an increase in certain crimes, and the implementation of the Police Accountability Bill's policies and associated mandates. The new and reinstated positions requested in the operating budget will enable the department to provide more efficient and continued high quality of public safety service for our residents. It will also aid the department in the management of its personnel. The added sworn patrol officer positions will enable the department to expand its community services and neighborhood initiatives while building on a crisis intervention program, complete traffic duties, employ crime prevention measures, and reduce overtime costs while moving us closer to the recommended federal guideline of police officers per capita for the population and geographical size of Hamden. A much needed additional assistant animal control officer position will allow the department to further provide vital services as required by the state of Connecticut mandates. The addition of the animal control facility will require additional staffing to cover the increased duties associated with the maintenance of the shelter and the health and welfare of the housed animals. A new account clerk position is needed to officially handle the department's payroll and accounting functions.
Yeah.
As we are one of the major town departments without this position, the position will enable the police department to consolidate its payroll and accounting responsibilities to accomplish a more streamlined and productive process. We've made a conscious effort to trim our budget where possible and submit a conservative, cost-effective budget. Our budget represents about a 7.9% increase over last year's budget if you include the added positions. Without the positions, our budget is about a 5% increase over last year, with half of that being contractual obligations. Despite the challenges we face in the upcoming year, the Hamden Police Department remains dedicated to serving our community, protecting life and property, guarding against the infringement of constitutional rights, and conducting police business in a professional, fair, and ethical way. Hopefully you've all received our budget packet, which is simply a comprehensive summary of our budget and details of some issues that we look forward to facing together this budget season. With that, I guess the best thing to do is open it up for questions. Just keep in mind, with all of us here, we're pretty well versed in the budget. There may be some issues we cannot answer, and it may be left up to the chief. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant. Now, I'm sure there'll be quite a few questions. Just for some clarification, how many new positions are being requested in this police budget?
Okay, so in the police budget, we're asking for 5 new entry-level positions.
And those would be patrol positions?
They are patrol positions.
But then you mentioned some other positions, accounting and animal control?
Okay, so the animal control position is a new position with the ACO unit, and the accounting clerk is a new position it's a civilian position, it's not patrol.
Thank you. So 5 sworn officers, 2 support staff.
Correct.
In general. The question, and another question, sorry, I would like, and perhaps we could go to this when we start deliberations. The overtime, just how the overtime numbers were created and the assumptions that were used in the creation of the overtime numbers. We can talk about that more at deliberations, but I'd just be curious to know, how did you factor that in? Did you assume the new positions? Did you, take 3 years actuals and average them? Just how that number was created would be good. And maybe it's in the budget packet. I have to be honest, I have not been able to take a deep dive into that yet this week, but I will by the time our deliberations come.
Okay, we can get that information for you.
Thank you. And that'll be all for me for now. And I see Dr. Horsley has her hand up. Dr. Horsley?
Hi, thank you for being here and for all the service that you provide to our town. I just had a couple of questions. So I think I'd like to understand a little bit more about the reorganization of the departments and how the new positions fit into that. Whether you want to answer that now or later is fine with me.
Yeah, I think that would be better answered by the chief. I can
Yeah,
tell you that
great.
Entry-level positions, generally, when they're new officers, they're going to come onto the department and go right into patrol. So that gives us an opportunity to possibly move other officers, more senior officers, into positions where we see there may be a need.
I see. And then I think when you, one of the things that we think about when we think about positions in your department is making sure that we're protecting from too much overtime, given the minimal manning on our contracts. And so understanding how these new positions would impact the overtime, which doesn't seem to be reduced from last year, I think would be helpful for us to understand also.
Okay, we can get that for you.
Great. The other questions I had were about the holiday pay and the street outreach lines. The holiday pay is in the mayor's budget, half of what the department requested, whereas the street outreach is twice as much. And so I just want to understand how those differences will impact the work of the department.
Right. I've not had a chance to talk to the mayor as to why he increased or decreased those particular accounts. I'm sure he has an explanation for that. Do you have a specific question regarding the holiday pay, how it applies to the department?
Yeah, just like if you really do have half of what the holiday pay that the department requested, what does that mean for the department going forward?
So my understanding is that the union and the town have entered negotiations for a possible concession package that may include the reduction of holiday pay.
I see.
If it does, he may be anticipating that
I see.
when reducing that account.
Okay. Yeah. And then the street outreach worker was double. I just want to understand why that is. So, but those are my questions.
Okay, we can try and work on that for you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Horsley. Ms. Wetmore.
Thank you. Thank you for all the work you do. I just have a question. You said you had 5 new police officers. I'm looking and I see 6 in the vacant. Is those the same ones?
I believe we have currently budgeted positions that are vacant, but we're asking for 5 new additional entry-level officers.
I don't see those anywhere. Am I missing it, or I just see the vacant ones? I just see the 6 vacant ones. I don't see new ones.
Okay. I'm pretty sure we don't have 6 vacancies at the moment. Are you looking at the positions document?
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
It's page 162.
Okay.
3rd line down.
Is that of the mayor's budget? I assume it is.
It looks like it's both.
Okay, yeah, I see that. Okay.
I mean, I don't expect you to answer me
Yeah.
that tonight, but if you
Yeah.
could get back to us, that would be great.
Sure.
Because I don't see new positions.
It looks like he put this is the mayor's budget you're referring to. It looks like he put a V next to the police officers,
Right.
denoting vacancy, but we actually, I think, only have 1 vacancy and the other 5 would be entry level new.
Oh, okay. That answers my question. If you could just make sure, I would appreciate it.
Sure.
Thank you. And I also had the question that Dr. Horsley had. So if you could get back to us on that too, I'd appreciate that. Thank you very much again for your service.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wetmore. Councilman Farmer.
Thank you, Council President. Through you, good evening, Lieutenant Daniello. I have a couple of different questions I want to run through. First, you said that you had an officer online who does the IT side of your law enforcement work.
Yes, he is our IT manager. He's a civilian. He's not an officer.
Okay. A policing official. If he can speak to the concerns, I have spoken to the chief in the past. I don't know what's needed in terms of the servers or whether that's going to be considered capital or not. But if this policing person can speak to us about their concerns / needs.
Sure. Pedro?
Yeah, so I'm Pedro Rodriguez, the IT manager. We have some major hardware that is honestly outdated. I mean, we're talking about one of my servers, the release date was 2010. Another one was 2013. So we're going on 7+ years. Just those by themselves are end of life, which means, there's no warranty. They're not covered. If a part fails, it could be days. It's not like the 4-hour window when you have something that's, under warranty. There's also storage units where, running out of space. Our backup unit is exhausted. When I have another storage unit that's end of life, where it's a cluster, it's a component of 4. Our primary storage is also nearing capacity. So, there's mitigations or certain things I've done to try to keep us at bay. But unfortunately, we're getting to a point where it's, it could be catastrophic.
No, I thank you, Pedro, for bringing this to our attention. Is there anything outside of capital, eventually capital will be touching, is there anything else on the budget side that we as a council should be paying attention to when it comes to the IT side of policing?
There's certainly other things, for example, laptops. Before, COVID, they weren't as required as much. Now with COVID, it seems like everybody, needs, laptop for Zoom or whatnot. We're talking court hearings, DMV cases. I'm getting guys to me that, hey, I have a meeting and, well, you're going to have to use a laptop in the training room or something. I just can't assign, I don't have one right now to assign you. So I think that's something new that's probably would come out of operating.
Okay, no, I appreciate you bringing this to our attention and being diligent from my understanding over the years on this issue. So thank you, and I'm glad you were on tonight to share that concern with us. In terms of Lieutenant Daniela, the questions that I'll quickly fire through just to be respectful to my colleagues' time. In terms of the extra duty account, this is in revenues. So our extra duty account, our weapons permit, and our background checks. Do you foresee those revenues coming in? Sorry, Lieutenant, I believe you are still on mute.
Yeah, I apologize. Your mic cut out just at the end. Do I anticipate revenues?
Are those revenues accurate and something attainable that the police department can be counted on in terms of the revenues? Or is that a question I should follow up with the chief about?
Yeah, we can follow up with the chief. I think they are attainable. I mean, they're based on previous revenues in previous years. So I think they're pretty accurate, an accurate estimate.
Cool. And the last 2 questions I'll ask, just again to be respectful to my colleagues. In terms of Garcia and overtime, maybe you can speak to it. Maybe it's a question that's more appropriate for the chief. But in the same line of questioning as Councilwoman Horsley, what are we doing to mitigate the amount of time that officers are spending out? Garcia time is, we have officers doing 86 hours in about a week and a half period. So what are we doing to keep our officers safe and bring down that overtime? And then the last question is just on unleaded gasoline. The mayor reduced the amount of gasoline y'all had. And last year it was about $40,000 more than what the mayor approved. So would that be enough gasoline, or is that something that we should flag now?
I think our gasoline estimate is pretty accurate. I know the reduction in price is because the town was able to secure a better price per gallon this year, right, than in past. So there is a reduction of cost. I think we'll have enough gas. I think we've made a pretty good estimate on that. Regarding the overtime, we can get more information for you on that and how we're mitigating that. But really, we hope that additional police officers would help to mitigate that in some way or shape or form, reduce the overtime. Very often new officers are go-getters, so to speak, and they don't like calling out sick. They want to work, they want to be here. They're younger, healthier, they don't get injured as much. So we would hope that would have some effect.
Thank you. To Council President McGarry, to you, Lieutenant, through the Council President, can we get the contracts for the services, the licenses, support, and things like that? Can we get the contracts for those expenditures? And then the other thing is, can we get the flow chart of the police department, not names, but just loosely structure how it works?
Like the org chart, as it were?
Yeah.
Command, yeah.
I'm not sure if you received my budget packet. I emailed it last night, but the flow chart is actually in there. Looks like on page 4. But if you don't have it, we can certainly get that to you. And as far as the contracts, you're referencing contracts in the IT realm?
Yeah, the last 2 pages, we have all these different expenditures. So I just want to, it's good to know what the cost is, but I actually want to know what to do and what is our terms of agreement.
Sure. We can work on getting that information. Some of those costs are based on quotes that we received, not actual contracts, but we can try and get that for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Farmer. Ms. Shoemaker and Ms. Wetmore, I neglected to ask a question before, so I put myself on the line, on the list here. Lieutenant, the mayor talked about in his address how including these new officers, and I think you kind of touched on a little that the incoming officers would give you flexibility to direct other more experienced officers. But the mayor spoke to increased community policing and more partnerships, as you mentioned yourself today, with the Keefe Center and the Health Center. And perhaps when our deliberation time is scheduled, if you could give a little more granular description of what that looks like and how that operates. Because I think there's a lot of interest on the council side as to how to provide those services through the Keefe Center, out of the Keefe Center, or community services. I think there's a lot of interest in the council on that sort of stuff too. So if you could give us a little more flesh on that during our deliberations, much appreciated.
Yeah, Sergeant Onofrio is here, who does a fantastic job with that. If you'd like some comments now, he can do that. If you want to wait till deliberations, that's okay too.
How about a little bit of both?
Okay, Sergeant Onofrio, would you be able to speak on that? Hi, how are you, Councilman Garrity?
Hello.
So what exactly would you like me to clarify?
So how would, what are these programs? What's the vision? What's the mission? How are we going to actualize them? What are the goals? I think there's a lot of interest in this, and you can give broad strokes now and give more detail during the, the deliberation time. But, I think there's just a lot of interest on the council side of how to achieve, some of these goals of community policing and increased presence and that sort of work.
Yeah, so I mean, the department has a mission and a goal overall to expand our community-oriented policing basis. A lot of that is being done through the Neighborhood Initiative Unit. And those are our officers that are assigned to quality of life issues, as well as some de-escalation tactics. And we have an officer right now that's doing crisis services liaison work. He's has advanced training in crisis services and CIT, which is our crisis intervention team. He's an instructor, and how we utilize him on a daily basis is he goes to all our mental health calls. He does follow up on domestic violence. He does some of our juvenile delinquency calls. Anything that requires, I guess, kick gloves and some follow up and so just some communication That's what he's doing. And we're really looking to expand that program to additional officers and to have officers receive advanced training and be part of that unit and to be really expanded beyond one shift a day. We do have outreach services that we can rely on. They're not necessarily on call all the time. When they do get called in, it's a few hour delay. So I think that's the vision, is really to expand those services.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, President McGarry. You virtually said word for word what my first question was, so appreciate that. And I hope we will get more detail on that when we get to deliberations. My second question is for Mr. Rodriguez. Thank you for being here with us tonight. And let's don't go into this now, but there is a budget and expense line item that I've lost now because I was flipping pages that seems to cover some of the equipment or licensing needs that you have. And so when we get to deliberations and you talk to us about the very good question that Mr. Farmer raised about your hardware needs, I hope that you will explain to us what might be a capital need and what is in that expense line that was there, the IT expense line, so that we have a clearer understanding of how that works for you. And let's don't go into it now. This has gotten long, and but please do let us know with more clarity when we start to deliberate.
Where do you mute it and unmute it? What?
Hit that.
Huh?
I'm just gonna mute all for right now. We have some background. Please unmute yourselves when.
Okay, I
when
just
it's time to
unmuted
speak.
myself again. So anyway, so that's my request, and thank you all for being here tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Shoemaker. Ms. Wetmore.
Thank you. Sorry, I have more questions. I just came on just before your department, so I was a little disorganized. My first question is about the bicycle unit. Are they still being paid overtime for doing that? And if so, how many hours? Is that all the $150,000 for them to get overtime to ride their bikes? Or you don't have to answer me tonight. You can, ask the chief and get back to me at deliberations. None of these have to be answered tonight, as far as I'm concerned. So could
Okay,
just
just
make
a
it.
question, ma'am. Are you looking at the mayor's budget?
I'm looking at the bicycle unit.
Yep. You have a
You're
page?
requesting 100,000 and the mayor wants to give you 150,000.
Yeah, right.
My question is, it still all the bike units on overtime? They'll only do overtime bike units, is that correct? That's how it used to be. That's why I was wondering if they changed that.
I couldn't hear what you said. Oh, regular time.
It's regular time
It's
That's
a
good.
combination, I guess a combination of regular time.
and overtime?
and
Okay.
overtime, Yes.
Now, the extra duty jobs, I noticed you put down all like the concerts and 4th of July and all that sort of stuff. Does this include the town jobs for the public works that, when they're working and you have to have an officer there? Is that included in this line?
I believe that's a separate account.
That's a separate account. Okay. I'll find it. I don't need to find it right now.
Yeah, that's it. Okay. We can get that information for you, but it is a separate account.
Okay, thank you. And I have one more question, or actually two. The police lieutenant, since all the, even the new people are listed under a vacant position, is a police lieutenant, that's a regular position, correct? That's not a new position.
Correct, yes. I believe the one position we put in our budget was one that the council had zeroed out in the past.
Okay. And I have the account clerk, is that a new position?
That is a new position. That's a civilian.
Okay, and the youth program aide?
That is also a new position, yeah.
Okay.
Also civilian.
Okay, I think that's all the questions I have. Thank you very much.
Yeah, just to clarify, I believe the youth program aide is a part-time position. And,
Right, I see that, yep.
And I think I had mentioned earlier we had one vacancy. I believe we have two, only because an officer recently retired.
So that's not actually a new position. It's filling 2 vacancies or 1 vacancy. Is that correct?
In our budget, that officer that just retired is included in the budget.
Okay.
So it looks like we have 1 vacancy, but we actually have 2.
Okay.
But there are still 5 new positions we're asking for.
Okay. That's good. Thank you very much for the clarification.
You're welcome.
I'm all done.
Thank you, Ms. Wetmore. Mr. Farmer.
Just 2 more requests. If the department deliberation can send a document to us with the definitions of community policing and diversity. And then if we could also get demographics, how many male and female officers do we have? What's that diversity look like? How many people live in town? That I think that would be helpful to better understand what community policing may mean.
Sure, we can get that information as well. There is some of that information in the packet I had emailed. You know, it's a lengthy packet. It's 50 pages or so. So you might want to look that over, but we will get the information for you.
When did you send that email again?
I sent it late last night. I was under the impression that everyone had that already, but apparently they didn't. So I sent it, I think 11 o'clock last night.
Okay.
Should be in your town email.
I will give it a thorough look and get back to you if anything.
Thank you, Mr. Farmer. Ms. Bias.
Hi, Officer Onofrio let us know that there is an intervention officer. I might be saying the term wrong, but a person who goes to your mental health calls. Can you tell me where that is in a budget and how much that costs? Because we said we wanted more shifts of that. I just want to know, what are we paying now for it?
Yeah, the neighborhood initiative officer, he's a regular police officer. Okay, so that's not a separate unit at this point. He's part of community policing, but he is paid through regular salary.
Okay, so he is equivalent to the cost of the officers that we're asking for, these vacant, not these vacant, but rather these new positions.
Well, entry level officers are paid at a lower rate.
Okay.
And there's a couple of steps up through a few years. Officer Brewer is he's been on the department for quite a few years, so he's at the highest rate of pay. But the entry level positions would start at a lower rate.
Okay, so we just want to know how many of these positions equal this more expertise. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Bias. Any further questions or information requests from our police department? Okay, seeing none, well, thank you, officers, for your time and your dedication to the town of Hamden. Both are much appreciated, and have a very nice evening.
Thank you. Thank you for your attention, everyone.
Safe travels.
Thank you.
Our next department is engineering, planning, and zoning. Mr. Austin, there you are.
Good evening. Thank you for having me back again. And starting off, just trying to get my notes in front of me here. My apologies. Just touching on the engineering department, we'll go in alphabetical order. We strive to provide the strong customer-focused professional engineering services to the town. We are your consultants. It's what we do for you. We assist in the maintenance and improving the town's infrastructures through planning, surveying, design, and construction activities. Our budget is very much similar to what you have seen in the past years. What you are seeing difference this year is the contract salary increases, which are all 5 of my staff, with myself as being an exception. One thing that I would like to highlight here is I am the senior employee with little less than 5 years of service. Our steps are roughly 7 years long. So we have been reaping savings because we have new employees. When I came in, it was the beginning of a turnover, and we just had a round of retirements, and most of the people who worked quite a bit of time were at retirement age and were retiring. So we've been reaping that savings for about the past 5 years now. So you're beginning to see the steps coming into effect, hence the reason why you're seeing roughly, without Factoring in the town engineer, you're actually seeing a 7% increase last year and the same this year for the staff. That's the steps and the contract increase that happens every year. And also you're going to see longevity coming back because with younger staff, I should say less senior staff, longevity only comes in at about year 5. You're beginning to see that coming in this year with 2 people being eligible for year 5. The other item will be technical and professional is we're asking for reinstatement of the year before. I do realize last year you did make a very necessary cut. We've had to make some very strong changes and we have not spent it due to that reason, but without a capital plan, we do start bringing in those professionals to support some of the grants that we are going over. And as was highlighted this evening, you have seen more and more grants being chased. This is a long-term initiative that we've been very quiet on. But we did not want to celebrate until the award itself. We have seen earmarks of about $20 million. We've easily that amount pending or being requested. This is only one small reason why I have been beating so desperately about a capital budget. And as you have seen, we've gone to a much more customer-centric focus, and we are really here to serve our 62,000 residents and business. And with that, how we further serve our businesses and our residents is through town planning. Our town planning, again, also really works to provide as strong customer service as we can with the incredibly limited and this year truncated staff. We have lost our town planner who retired, and we've also had some fairly strong hits to our department. We lost a very experienced individual. We're training a new person right now. And we just finished some major projects. The Plan of Conservation and Development is a huge planning tool that guides everything we do as town planners. And the town planning department is much more than just permits. Most people only see us as permits, pool permits, deck permits, small other little permits. We are actually much, much more than that. As planners, we are truly an economic engine for the town. We regularly are consulted by developers, economic development, and all kinds of customers from the homeowner all the way up to multi-million-dollar corporations to help develop and redevelop the private properties in Hamden in accordance with our regulations. We are here to try to guide our customers. And yes, they're not residents, they're customers through the approval process. We work and strive very hard so that when our customers get to the regulatory side, it can be as easy as possible. And sometimes there's a lot of time and effort that goes in behind the scenes that is really not seen. Because our staff provides technical expertise and administrative assistance with all of these people. A good example is we just had a site come to us, and this is just one example that happens multiple times a week. And they want to come in with a very innovative plan. It's in the development stage, but where our assistant town planner was able to sit down and spend probably 2 to 3 hours, probably saved that developer easily 8 to 12 hours of a paid consultant going through and doing that same analysis because he knew it so strongly and could spend the time. The problem is with the loss of a planner, loss of some staff, it's becoming incredibly hard to provide that level of service to all the numerous customers that come in on a daily basis. We cannot keep up with phone calls, and I've tried and I've been helping them. So we've very much submitted pretty much the same budget as last year. You will see a contract salary increases. Everybody but the town planner is a union member or a bargaining unit member. We have one member who is part of the supervisors union, and the rest are the regular town hall bargaining unit. And you will see some savings that have come in due to the staff turnover. We had one of our administrative staff recently turn over, and we've had a town planner turnover. So you will see some savings, at least this current year, but in next year, and you're going to start seeing the steps coming in again. And so that's where you're going to see that. And the biggest impact that I think that has probably happened to both departments in much the same way is COVID. COVID has hit us both incredibly strongly. We've been asked to work away from our normal stations. We've changed the way we interact with the public, which has been very frustrating, especially for the public not being able to have that personal interaction that they've had before. And we've strongly increased the work that we do for other departments. Engineering is now making copies for our town clerk's office. Our town clerk is going to take a pretty strong hit in her copy costs because she can't bring people in to do those. One of my staff has been going down and doing the research. I happen to have the gift of a licensed land surveyor on staff. He knows what these people need. He can go down and do that research, but I have to take him away from design to do that research. And, you know, we've done changes with our phone, which I don't see really happening. Right now, my office phone shows up here, and we've done this for all of our staff. This has been a change where people can get a hold of us pretty much no matter where we are. It's not uncommon for somebody to call me. I'll answer the phone and I'll tell them I'm across the office. I've got to get back to my computer. So you'll see us walking around with headsets because we take calls at all times. I actually took a call one day on my day off, and I'm sitting there walking through a local supermarket and answered a customer's call because they called when I, had planned on being out, but it still doesn't leave my side in case someone, such as the mayor, calls. But our customers have most suffered because while we work very hard with our customers virtually, we miss the human factor. And probably the biggest impact that has hit planning is our customers, the developers, the local attorneys cannot come in and do the land research they need. So that's another duty that's been added in with a reduction, with the loss of staff, which we are trying to replace. So, that's another demand on their time that they don't have. So with what we've been trying to do, you're going to see a slight increase of overtime on planning because they again have the contract raises. They are going to have some increase in overtime because obviously we don't have a town planner at the moment. So we do need to supplement that staff on evenings. And so those are the biggest differences you are going to see in our budget items. And I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Austin. You are always very thorough and complete. Much appreciated. I did, just before opening up, the professional tech line does, and maybe I'm just not finding it, but it says refer to the services tab, which I'm not able to locate.
It is rarely provided to you. We provide it to finance, but with the truncated forms that you've been getting, they did not give you that tab. I have what I will be submitting for both departments is a much, much more detailed report. It has not come to you, at least for engineering. I'm in the process, being only here for about a month. I haven't fully crafted it, and we are working very hard internally to put something together for planning also. But I have a fairly long, it's about a 17-page report that you will be seeing from me, at least describing everything for engineering. I was going to debut that within the next week or so, because right now this is just an introduction. So, but thank you very much for highlighting that. You're actually seeing that on two tabs. You're going to see it on technical and professional, and then you're going to see it also on the next line item down, which is professional services, which is copy repairs. We just had to make a repair on one of our copiers.
Okay. I had a feeling you would have a very complete and thorough answer, and I was right. So thank you, and look forward to seeing that. And
I will work with Engineer Austin to get that to you at the earliest convenience.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Ms. Shoemaker.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Austin. Thanks for being here this evening. Just a couple of quick questions. I noticed under the engineering tab, there's an inspector position. Is that the one that was recently vacated? And is that job posted? Is there a strategy for filling that?
I request immediately after the position was vacated. Unfortunately, my previous inspector posted up to a job outside. I'm actually very, very proud of him for taking an initiative and chasing opportunities, as I am with all of my staff. And he ended up moving to a different town and taking another position that paid more. So with that, we have gone out. I've requested the mayor permission. We have gone out. It is within the civil service realm right now. We have 6 candidates right now that were initially being evaluated. 5 made it through the first round of civil service. Civil service is going through those 5 candidates at some point, and I'm hoping within the near future, I will have 3 to conduct interviews and hopefully replace them. We are hoping to replace them fairly quickly.
Yeah.
The construction season begins in a week and a half.
Right, great, thank you. So I have a similar question about the town planner position. Is that job posted?
It is on our website, and I understand we have been searching for a new town planner.
And do you know what the status of response to that job posting is?
I would have to refer to our
Thank-
personnel department. They would know much better than I would on that.
Right, thank you. That's all the questions I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shoemaker. Ms. Wetmore.
Thank you. Thank you for coming tonight. I only have one question, and it refers, does the planning and zoning police the Quinnipiac students as far as their housing goes? I've had so many people complain about the parking on the street on Shepherd Avenue and some of the other streets. So I was wondering if that had anything to do with you, or if they're still checking how many people are in each house and so forth.
Up to a point, yes. There's not enough time in the day to do all the inspections planning and zoning is required to do. It's just not physically possible to do everything that's necessary. We do register students. We do register, oh, I'm sorry, let me clarify that, please. We do register student housing. We do require that there be enough parking off-site. They are supposed to be limited to 4 students. To get out and check every house, there's a lawsuit on that.
Right.
So where we can't necessarily be as thorough staff-wise, there's just not enough staff. And it went from originally there being 200 to 300 to over 550 this current cycle. And their new ones are received a couple times a month. We're actually hoping to make that process a little easier. We're in the process right now of going to a digital platform. So hopefully at least we can get rid of the data entry. We can make it easier for the landlords to register, to put things together. So that's in process right now. We hope to debut that maybe as soon as the next couple of weeks.
Good. But what about the parking on the streets? I've had so many
That's a
people
police
complain
department
to me.
issue.
That's the police department. Even
That's
though
the
they're
police
not parked, there's no parking signs. They're still allowed to park there, correct? I think I'll ask the police.
That is parking on a street is a police department matter. That's not something we have a citation ability to do.
Okay.
So
Thank
whenever
you very-
there's an abandoned car, whenever there's something of those natures, regardless of what it is, we registered vehicles and even non-registered vehicles, we do have to go to. But a
Okay.
great question. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would also, Ms. Wetmore, there is Quinnipiac has been a lot more responsive in the past few years, and they do have the Community Concerns Hotline, 203-582-3770. I'll put it in the chat as well, and that is they have been a lot more responsive about community issues. So
Good.
I would grab that number. I think they gave out like little cards or something. But that number is the one to call. And if you want to give that to constituents who have some parking issues, QU has been really working on being much better partners with the town about stuff like
I just had a conversation with them yesterday, and they are really willing to work together with us on that. We actually, speaking of Quinnipiac, we have senior design students that I have approached the mayor and the president of the board of presenting their senior design projects to you as a board. So that's up to you as a board at what level you'd like to see it. And also they're doing a lot of initiatives, and we're trying to, again, that one number that Mr. McGarry, thank you very much for highlighting that. That's going to be part of the publications that go out with the student housing notices. So we're trying to work that in. We're working with them.
It doesn't affect me personally, but boy, I get a lot of calls on it. So thank you. I will definitely call them.
Thank you. And Mr. Austin, how about April for that? And it does sound like a full council sort of thing.
Actually, April would be best because that's when they should have it completed.
Perfect. Just two birds with one stone there. Mr. Farmer.
Thank you, Council President. I would suggest catch 2 fish with 1 net. That way we're not killing anything.
But what are we going to do with the fish when you catch them, Mr. Farmer?
They're delicious.
The transport them to a better place, all right? You don't have to kill them.
Catch and release. There you go.
I guess my question to you, Mr. Austin, again, thank you to all your guys and gals and the work that you do. I guess my only question is, and this is something that just came to me, how do we have a plan in terms of, we have a list for claim when someone has hurt themselves or there's a risk of hurting themselves. Do we have a list for things when it comes to accessibility, like sidewalks and ramps and things like that? Is that something we're keeping track and being cognizant of? So just came to me. If you don't have an answer now, if you can share that with us later, I'd be interested.
It will be part of the report. It is our sidewalk repair program. Thank you for highlighting this. It's actually a major part of what we do many during the year. When we have funding for sidewalks, we repair sidewalks on multiple forms. We do, as you mentioned, claims. That's roughly $450,000 long. And then we go through the regular repair program. If we find an accessibility issue, we move that up. If we're going through a street, we go to the streets with the oldest complaints and do the entire street. And when we come to an accessibility issue, be that ramps, tactile warnings, cracks, breaks, spalling, no matter what it is, we go from one end to the other. Because when I first got here, I had a complaint, why did you do my sidewalk and not my neighbor? Or why did you do my neighbor's sidewalk and not mine? Mine's just as bad or worse. It's really incredibly hard to argue with somebody when they're right. So we changed the program with the mayor's blessing in 2016. When we go to a street, we go to the streets with the oldest complaints and do everything. And we run out of money very quickly. The order of magnitude of that is roughly $20 million, which I have not had a funding capital program from you in 4 years. We have authorized some low SIP money, so we have been doing some repairs, but I don't have nearly enough to make it out of claims. So thank you very much for highlighting an incredibly strong program that our residents care a great deal about.
And I'm sure I can speak for my colleagues that we're all looking forward how we can be best partners this year on this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Farmer. Mr. Austin, have you covered everything? I guess is the question, since you are multi-departmental.
We have 2 different departments. Be more than happy to. You've asked me mostly about engineering questions. I didn't know if anyone had specific questions on planning, because we do receive a lot of complaints, and most of them are, why isn't my permit done fast enough? And some of that is because we're down as a staff and we're training another staff. So we're down a couple staff. We did have One staff member had two deaths in their family, so that sidelined somebody for roughly 3 months, right around the holidays. So we've had our challenges, and we have one member who's dealing with health issues. So when you're dealing with probably half the staff, it's very, very difficult to transition in. That's actually why the mayor asked me to come in as acting, is to just give them some kind of buffer, at least with some of the highest level management stuff that I can. And we've been trying, we've been working through. You will see on the website, you will see an additional tutorial that's up there. One of the big questions is, how do you find your zone? We put a tutorial on the website on how to use our GIS. We're hoping to continue that. We're going to try to switch over student housing to the Viewpoint electronic software program, just like we've been managing to work our way through. But still, we're about to begin the busy season where we're going to be hit with pools, decks, sheds, additions, garages on a daily basis. We try very, very hard to address those. The problem is there's a 2 to 3 week lead time just on staff capabilities. And we still have to go through and service the big customers, the developers that come in, the redevelopers that come in, the sites that are coming in to be worked on. We've had 4 new daycares come in the past 2 weeks, requests for daycare. So there are some real serious swelling that has been coming up. I think there's some development that's coming along, and this staff has far more work than they have bodies to do it. We are not asking for new bodies to do it, but at this point, we're just trying to get through there. And unfortunately, there have been some complaints that we're not fast enough. And that is something we are acknowledging and we're trying to get through.
Thank you, Mr. Austin. Anything else that you want to say specifically about, the separate department, or you just want to see if folks have questions about specifically planning at this point?
I can answer anyone you'd like.
Okay. Mr. Farmer?
Yeah, I wasn't sure if we were going to do them both, so I apologize on that. And I guess my concerns on the planning side, here in Southern Hamden, I've worked really closely with Mr. Caesar on blight issues, and realizing that staff has been down. That has been a concern, as we know that these quality of life issues can become public safety issues. So I would just be very interested in figuring out what resources we need to empower planning and zoning so that we can take care and have a better process so that stuff can get from public works to planning and zoning, or to the town attorneys, or to the health department's office in a more congenial way, so that sometimes these issues don't fester for months, and that we can, like, if the process takes a month, that we're not taking 2 or 3 months to address it. So I don't know what that need would be, and I understand you're coming into this new, but whatever you need, I think that would help us on the council to understand what type of implementation we need to take care of, so that the constituent concerns about blight and other public safety issues we can address in a methodical way that's also respectful of the staff needs that we have at this moment.
Unfortunately, when it comes to blight, we cannot move fast enough. And that's really a function of the process. As Ms. Gruen would be more than willing to tell you, there is a process that we must go through for enforcement. I deal with this on sidewalk complaints. I deal with this with sidewalk obstructions. We also deal with this with blight. When it comes, I'm going to divide this into 2 pieces, and I'm going to go directly what you asked for first, which is the enforcement of it. We go to them, we try for voluntary compliance. We have to give them, any owner, no matter who it is, we need to give them a certain amount of time to try to fix it. And we do work with people. If they make progress, we definitely work with them. Then we go to normally to a notice of violation, sometimes a second notice of violation. That's the official nastygram. That's the next step. From there, we go to citation. Now, the problem with the citation is if you have a landlord or if you have a homeowner or a property owner who does not wish to deal with it, they ignore it. And we have many of them. We have one that is right now, has been there. And this actually went into the legal realm. It's in a lawsuit. It's been years they've been dealing with this. Just one individual. And I'm not going to get into the circumstances behind it. But this is one of many. It gets into the court system. So our town attorney knows very, very well of some of these, but it does take time. And unfortunately, there are years that it can take to resolve these, and it's never a good answer. The second track that I'd like to address is what some people consider blight is not necessarily blight by the definitions of blight. We have had some complaints, and sometimes it gets to be a neighbor dispute, and sometimes it gets to be it just doesn't rise to that level. Is it unsightly? Yes. Is it blight? No. It's just maybe the owner is falling on some hard times. They physically can't do the work. Maybe they're trying to, or just there's one very specific one that has come to, and I've spoken to one of the council persons, and I do not remember who, and it's really not important. But the customer has, our assistant zoning enforcement officer has gone out there, worked with this person. The lawn is mowed, the bushes can need some trimming, but the house needs work. Not enough to fall down, just a little unsightly. And the neighbor has been hounding and hounding and hounding. But peeling paint is not a blight. It's a maintenance issue. That's just one example. And there is no good argument on this one. This is the broken window syndrome. We obviously don't want broken windows because it leads to the next step. It leads to the next step. So we try to address them as soon as we can. But we are constrained by our regulations. That's directly where we are with blight. And we do try to work with people as much as we can.
More funding or staff cannot help in terms of the demands that the town has put on this department.
Staff would allow us to get out there and direct more, would be allow us to get through the permits more, would allow us to get other things done. But when it comes to compliance, I can't send anyone onto private property that would be completely inappropriate and illegal. But we have to work with people in as much as they're going to work with us. There's certain steps we have to go through, and that's just the legal process. And it's never fast enough.
No, I appreciate you taking the time to be thoughtful on your answer.
It was one of the first things I got asked when I started almost a month ago. How do we get through these more? And they had already started trying to work more with our town attorney's office. It's not a quick process. It's just not a quick process.
All right, thank you, Mr. Farmer. Thank you, Mr. Austin. Any other questions or information requests for engineering/planning and zoning? All right, thank you very much for your time, Mr. Austin. Hopefully we can get to that committee after in not too much longer, but hopefully we can get to that.
I'll be here.
Very good, sir. Thank you. And our next department is Community, Youth, and Arts. Ms. Smith is looking very artistic, is here with us tonight.
I didn't want to disappoint. I believe Ms. Renta we have a very quick, hopefully very informative little presentation for you. Thanks, Kim.
You're welcome, Jules.
All right. Kim, can you do me a favor? If you go up to view, will you put it to full screen? Perfect. Yay. Perfect. Thank you. So What I would like to present to you this evening is what we are calling Keefe Reimagined, the Keefe Community and Art Center. This is a working title. That is not necessarily the definitive name. We're working on it collectively. But as I think you know, the mayor has recommended bringing the arts department, the arts and culture department, I should say, to Keefe to join community services, youth services, and community development. So I'm going to address the arts department, arts and culture quickly. It will be integrated with the 3 existing departments at Keefe. And just speaking directly about arts, throughout the past year, we've done exactly what we discussed with you during last year's budget process. And we have pivoted. That was our key word last year. And we have worked extensively with community services, also with youth services, the library, public works, the police department, the fire department, and a number of different outside organizations addressing a lot of the COVID-related needs. So the integration of arts at Keefe will bring more resources to Southern Hamden, and we think it's going to be a fantastic complement to the services and departments that are already there. And you can see we have a number of the different, hopefully you recognize some of these signs, and that's all stuff that came out of our department, our arts department throughout this past year. Kim, if I may have the next slide, please. Thank you. This is the organizational chart for the, again, working title of Keefe Community and Art Center. There would be a managing director and working with community services, youth services, community development, and arts and culture. As you can see, we have a number of partner agencies at Keefe who we work with on a daily basis, and then a long list of our visiting partner agencies who we work with, again, almost every single day. We've got somebody who's visiting and setting up programs, and we've been doing this even during this past year with COVID. They're coming and they're setting up in the parking lot. We had a bunch of folks there yesterday. I am going to turn it over to Isaiah Lopes, our Community Services Coordinator, for the next slide, please. Kim.
How you doing? Good evening, everybody. We're a department of 4 full-time team members, including myself. One thing about community services, it basically, it touches a diverse population from youth to elderly. Even though we have those departments, we kind of touch everyone. We're known for our food pantry. One of the things with our food pantry during the pandemic, from March to about June, our numbers rose to about 400 clients a month, where we were seeing before that probably about 250 to 300. From June to about September, we actually went up to about 500 clients receiving food. The numbers kind of went down right now because, you know, a lot of customers and clients are receiving additional SNAP benefits. But just to look at some of our past 2 months, January and February. In January, we provided about 10,000 meals, and we saw about 330 clients. In February, we provided about 7,500 meals, and we saw about 300 clients. So looking at that, what happens in the food pantry, if a client is scheduled for 3 days of emergency meals, and we have our food pantry 3 days out of the week, Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday. If a client is still in need of food, we have emergency food bags. We give them a resource guide, which you see the resource guide in front of us. What that helps is we try to make sure that they can find resources throughout the whole week, so they can actually find food throughout the whole week. So if they call, we'll normally refer them to different pantries that are open during the days of the week that we're not open. Giving you a little more background with the food bank data, we normally have clients that are all Hamden residents, but we don't turn away New Haven residents. What we do is give them food that wasn't donated by our Hamden residents and citizens, or food that we purchased through our taxpayer dollars. We would normally give them food from Connecticut Food Bank, one of our big partners. We give them, because a lot of the Connecticut Food Bank food is free, so we're able to give those individuals food. Just to talk about the USDA Farmers to Family, we were able to give about 1,800 boxes of food out on 5 Fridays out of the month of October. And we were able to also give about 1,800 gallons of milk. Each food box with the USDA had 12 pounds of produce, 5 pounds of meat, and 5 pounds of dairy, which we were able to give to our Hamden residents. Just looking at the community garden, which is a great aspect in addition to the food pantry, because clients are able to receive fresh produce, which the community garden is in partnership with Quinnipiac Albert Schweitzer Institute, which helps us get that produce and actually give it to clients. And we also, clients are actually able to participate in the garden as far as planting and cleaning it up and watering, so they take on that responsibility. Also with the community garden, it's a great resource and an educational resource for our daycare that is housed out of Keith Community Center, because it gives the preschool kids an opportunity to kind of see their food grow and also educate them on, nutritional foods. One thing about the food pantry, we try to pride ourselves on health and wellness. We transformed the pantry into a SWAT program, which is support and wellness at pantries. And what we try to do is partner with some partner agencies that you saw before this slide, and providing educational wellness and nutritional education just to preventative measures of diabetes and also cardiovascular disease. So we also try to educate on that. And we also provide a backpack program. Once a month, we feed about 15 to 30 preschool kids to make sure that they have food over the weekend. Every last Friday of the month, we'll provide them with a bag of food to make sure that they eat. As you all know, we have a Thanksgiving basket giveaway. We normally feed about 600 families, thanks to council, thanks to our public safety, our fire department helping us have drives for turkey. So we're able to provide that Thanksgiving drive to our clients and also for our Hamden residents. All right, did I miss anything? Moving on. Okay, this is a big aspect of community services. And one of the things the team, we pride ourselves on, even though we provide these services that are bulleted out and listed, every time someone calls this community service and we give them directions, we refer them somewhere, we understand that we're providing them a service, even though if it may not be physically financial, but we're still providing a service. CAA stands for Community Action Agencies, which we utilize them for our clients to receive, emergency oil during the months of October to April. We're a satellite site, which we try to help expedite. Instead of them going to New Haven, they can come to Hamden. We'll prepare the paperwork and we'll submit it to New Haven just so they can expedite. During that time, they may tell us that they only have a quarter of a tank, an eighth of a tank, or no oil at all. And we'll move on to provide emergency oil, which is fuel assistance. And I have some data. We provided 31 clients this fiscal year with emergency oil, and actually spent probably about $6,200 on providing that emergency oil. We also provide utility assistance, which is which we caught a break with the moratorium with utilities that, and especially in Connecticut, they can't cut your utility off between October and April. So we caught a break, but we also still spent in utility. We helped 89 residents out, which we ended up spending about $37,000 on helping with utility assistance. Rental assistance, we caught another break with the moratorium in, but we still spent a substantial amount of money on rental assistance by helping 34 residents and spending about $29,559. Security deposit, this was a low for us because most people didn't leave, and most, landlords didn't let, they couldn't charge anybody, and most people didn't move. So with security deposit, we only helped 9 residents during the fiscal year, but we still spent $8,220. One of the things we also do that's not listed here, we have help with relocation, and we also help with eviction. The diaper bank, our numbers have grown in the diaper bank, which we also have a period pad program. We provide about 75 clients a month, and about 50 out of the 50 are probably parents that need period pads, what we offer for free through Connecticut Diaper Bank. And we also had an uprise in adult diapers, which we provide about 10 adult diapers a month. I'm gonna the Warming Center data. Mr. Stendroff will have that, but we use Breakthrough Church as our location for the Warming Center, and community services. We funded that with the assistance of Columbus House. Columbus House was actually the overseer and staffing. We received an array of donations to help those individuals that needed to get out of the cold. We also offer financial wellness, financial empowerment, because we think it's important not to just continue to give someone services, but also kind of educate them on the circumstances that they're in. And one of the a few classes that we offer, and that's going on right now, we offer Invest in Yourself, ABC of Credit, Savings, and Money Matters. We also are offering it as we speak 4 times a month, the first Monday and Tuesday of the month, and the last Monday and Tuesday of the month. We had an array of different things that went on at Keith Community Center through community services, COVID testing. We normally use our food pantry as far as know your numbers, trying to educate our clients on making sure that they take their blood pressure with the assistance of Quinnipiac's Science, School of Health and Science, occupational therapy, physical therapy. So with those partnerships, we won't be able to provide some of the services that we are providing, using our higher educational institutions to do measurable surveys and provide, educational newsletters and seminars and workshops. So that's about all I have at this moment. If you have any questions for me later, I'll be willing to answer them. Thank you.
Thanks, Isaiah. Next up, we are going to have Sue Rubino talk about youth services.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Is everyone still awake?
Hey, we're here, Ms. Rubino. Thank you for coming.
Okay. So first of all, I'm satisfied with the budget that the mayor has presented from what I requested. And then just like a recap of this fiscal year. Obviously, like everybody else, we had to change our programming around, but we maintained our mission. So it started back in the spring, and we jumped right in with helping with basic needs with our families. So we created 1,000 resource bags that were distributed through the food bank, through free the lunch sites at the schools. Then we got together with a regional group called South Central Network of Care, which the Hamden North Haven Collaborative is part of. And we created more resource bags with practical and mental health resources in them. We distributed about 300 backpacks, filled backpacks to Hamden students. Let's see. We went into summer youth employment. So that was the biggest challenge. That's probably one of our most important, if not the most important program that we do on so many different levels. We served 50 teens for the summer for 5 weeks. We created 25 presentations. So we had 25 different presentations from various speakers, anyone from doctors to mechanics and social workers. So the youth learned about lots of different careers. We also had a software program called CSM Learn, and the youth were able to work on certificates. We tried it, it really wasn't that successful, so we won't do it again, but I'm glad we did try it, and we had a couple of teens that did very well with it. Then we had funding left over, so we went into session 2, and we served another 21 teens. That was for 8 weeks, and we had additional 20 presentations. And also, we had an artist from Arts for Learning Connecticut work with the teens, creating posters for nursing homes and the fire department, police, all first responders, and we framed them and delivered them. And the recipients were very appreciative of that. Let's see. So we receive about 6 different grants from Department of Labor, 3 from Department of Children and Families, 1 is for jobs, 1 is for Youth Service Bureau, 1 is Youth Enhancement. And then we received some funding from CCSD Judicial Branch for $15,000. So that funding went to a number of different projects. So the billboards, as you can see one of the pictures there, that's from Owen Schwartz. He was tied for first place. So we this year we opened it up to grades kindergarten through 12, and with a focus on mental health, which really, as you know, is prevention for so many different negative behaviors. And we got some really great submissions. So hopefully next year it'll build up a little bit, but it was the happiness project this year, and hopefully it'll bring a little joy to some people driving by or looking up at the billboards as they walk past or bicycle past. And that was all grant funded. No town funds went into those billboards. And also TD Bank had donated some money from its affinity program for a prize incentive for the high school students. So let's see what else. And then a number of different committees that I co-chair. One is the Hamden Youth Network, that is with the public schools, and we focus on programming and curriculum. So, the billboards were some of that's one of the projects that came out. I've been reading to all the 3rd grade classes, Gizmo's Guide to Mental Health. And normally we would go into the schools and do this and bring a therapy dog. But since we were able to work remotely, I was able to integrate my own dogs into the lesson. So that was kind of fun. And I think that's the only thing the kids really remembered from it, but that's okay. But, we had some really good discussions, and, hopefully it got some of the students thinking about some other strategies, or kind of reiterated what they're learning from many of their teachers already. I also, so out of the Hamden North Haven Collaborative is part of, it's part of the statewide system of care. And this group I'm really proud of has really grown the past couple of years. When I first started, we had about 5 or 6 people coming to the meetings, and nothing was really done. But now we have about 20, 25. We have different guest speakers. Last year we started doing community dinners. This year we couldn't do the community dinner, but what I did do is we had a film screening of Matthew Rising by Sharice Selim, who used to work for Clifford Beers, and she's a playwright. So that kind of served as our community dinner, but everyone ate their own dinner. And then, so our next community dinner is Film in a Forum. And I believe I sent the information out, but it's another documentary film screening by Sharice, and Clifford Beers is paying for it. They paid for the Matthew Rising as well. And this film is called Jazzy, Where the Art on Magnolia Street. And it's a documentary about a woman who, has been in recovery for 31 years. And she will be answering questions too. So she'll be live along with the filmmaker. And then the second part, so that's on April 15th, April 21st, we will have a forum where we'll speak about, everything from prevention efforts that youth services does and the schools do, to current trends, data, facts, intervention, treatments, and supports in the community. So we have the Wheeler Clinic, Children's Center, Clifford Beers, QVHD, Youth Services, and Public Schools will all be presenting and answering questions. And we hope we have a lot of people attend. And we are also incentivizing it with putting together little bags with like popcorn and a little blanket and just some fun things for people to kind of think more in terms of, okay, it's like I'm watching Netflix. I'm watching a documentary on Netflix, and something that they can just kind of sit back, watch, and participate if they choose to, but they don't have to, if they want to eat dinner while they're watching it, that's fine too. We're not going to check. Let's see what else. The Juvenile Review Board. So, we contract. So we are, as Isaiah said, they're a department of 4 full-time. We're a department of 2, myself and the clerk typist. And I always refer to myself as we, because I work with, I can't do it on my own, but I work with a lot of really wonderful people in the community and partner with other providers. And there's no way I could do all of this stuff without help from our community partners. And we do have a lot of wonderful ones. So, being that we don't have the capacity employee-wise in our department, we do rely on contracting with the Urban Community Alliance of Greater New Haven. We help the YMCA with scholarships so that more youth can participate in out-of-school programming. We steered some tutoring funding to Higher Heights to help the youth that are enrolled in the Juvenile Review Board to help with their remote studies. We help Hamden's partnership for young children. That's all in the budget. And I even went on some home visits with social workers this year. So we're just, as youth services always does, we kind of bend and flex to what the needs in the community are. And it does make it a little more interesting. So also parent webinars. I participated in parent webinars for it with the social work department. And there's a few other things, but I won't ever, it's been a long night for everybody. So that's it.
Thanks, Sue.
You're welcome.
Kim, oh, you read my mind, Kim. This is our last slide. We're trying to keep this nice and quick and efficient for you all, because I know you have a lot to get through. And to wrap up, what I wanted to share with you as we're moving forward and through this budget season and working on the vision of where we see Keep going, we are looking at doing a post-COVID needs assessment, which will hopefully give us a much better idea in this post-COVID, hopefully coming post-COVID world, what the people whom we serve, what are their needs? We do know that the community that we serve has probably been some of the hardest hit, and they were probably the first people to be hit hard by the pandemic, and probably will be some of the last to really come out of it. So we need to look at the services that we're providing to make sure that we are, as best as we possibly can, meeting those needs. And from that, what we'd like to do from the needs assessment is create a 3 to 5 year strategic plan that incorporates that needs assessment. And it does need to be coupled with a renovation. I don't know the last time many of you have been at Keefe, and this is probably much more of a capital budget conversation, but Keefe is definitely in need of some help. we've got some serious things that they need repair, and we want to make sure that the people who are walking into that building feel the same way as the people who are walking into Memorial Town Hall or the Government Center or the library. Our building needs to be looking just as fabulous as those buildings do. And then the other thing we are looking to do with the incorporation of the arts department is to really look at all of our materials and make sure that we've got, each of our departments really has, so as you've seen, so many incredible services. And we're still not sure that people really know what is there to offer at Keefe. So what we'd like to do is put together sort of a Keefe-wide resource guide of what each of our departments offer. And there's so much overlap between those departments. We really are looking, I know it's, the buzzword of our times, but we really are looking at wraparound services. Keefe looks at the whole individual, the whole family. And we want to make sure that people are aware of all the things that we have to offer. And if we can't offer it, we can point you in the right direction. So that is the end of our presentation. I don't know if we stayed within 15 minutes, but we tried.
Well, you went over a bit, but all is forgiven.
But who's counting?
It was very, very informative, and both Mr. Lopes and Ms. Rubino said, well, that's it. I'm like, that's it. That's everything, you guys. What are you not doing down there? So thank you all very much for the work that you do. It is very important. This, of course, is, the part of the budget that's really nice because we get to see real help being given to people. And that's, really, that is very gratifying when we start doing this kind of work and seeing, real world assistance given to people who really need it. So this is a, nice part of the budget to be working on in terms of just being able to, make a difference, an immediate difference in people's lives. The only thing I'm going to say, we are running just a little bit over. So I'm going to just briefly say the vision presented is very good, and it seems like a really good direction. But for when we get into our deliberations, what's in the budget doesn't necessarily match what seems to be happening now. So if we could get a narrative or, substitute pages that we could adopt or something, that
Absolutely.
the budget to what's happening. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Yep, I believe the mayor did, and please correct me if I'm wrong. I believe the mayor did send around a clarifying memo, but I'm not sure if that's been distributed or not. So I'm assuming we're kind of going to get into individual line items and things like that when we get into the actual budget hearings. But you are correct that what we discussed tonight is, I don't think it's entirely reflected in the budget that you have in front of you.
Very good. Yeah. And we'll just need to have that clarified.
Absolutely, of course.
So that's it for me. And thank you for your work. Mr. Lopes, Mr. Rubino, Ms. Smith, please keep it up. And you can tell Alicia, good job on the graphics too.
Will do.
Ms. Shoemaker.
Thank you. Yeah, this is very exciting to see what's hatching at Keefe. And I was very pleased that you want to do some air quotes post-COVID planning, because of course food insecurity was big in Hamden. Housing insecurity was big in Hamden before COVID ever hit. So I'm going to be very interested in what your assessment is of continuity of services post-COVID because of the revelatory level of need that COVID has given us. So that's not a question for you to answer right now. The community garden that Mr. Lopes talked about, just one quick question. Are the clients participating in the conversation about what to plant?
That is correct. We actually did a survey of probably about 19 different vegetables, and then we went off that survey of what do they mostly want.
Great.
So they are involved in it.
Okay, I'm gonna circle back to you about that. in more detail. Thank you. And Mr. McGarry, when we deliberate the police department and the new positions, I want to request that there be a portion of that where Ms. Smith could be there so that we can hear about the interface between community service organizations and how the police plan to work more closely to get people directed to where they have needs. Ms. Smith, does that make sense to you, doesn't it? That's real, there's really a joint effort underway there. And it would be helpful if we could hear that in tandem when we're thinking about the police. I mean, that's what occurs to me anyway. So that is my request, and I leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shoemaker. Mr. Farmer.
Thank you, Council President. I hold some reservations to my colleagues' concern about integrating things. You know, I always hold concerns where the potential historical mistrust of law enforcement intersecting with services may prevent people from accessing those services. So I'd love sometime offline to have a deeper conversation about that. I guess one of my first questions for y'all collectively, do we have a list of the wellness partners and organizations that we collaborate with?
Yeah, it's actually, it was, and I'll make sure that you get a copy of it. And I'm not saying that was the exhaustive list, but in the second slide, the org chart, what you'll see is, you know, the departments and then our in-house partners like Sleeping Giant Daycare and the YMCA, Birth to Three, the WIC program. And then on the other side is what we refer to as our visiting partners. And that's everything from the, you know, the tax preparation to the milk truck to Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield. I mean, and Isaiah and Sue can keep going on as well. But yeah, that's in that slide as well. And like I said, it's not exhaustive, but we can certainly get that to you.
Okay, cool.
And those are the partners that are housed in Keith. So we work with a lot of other partners that, you know, that don't take space in the Keith Center, but we, you know, we're like Clifford Beers and the Greater New Healthy Styles and Yale Child Study and lots of other organizations.
Okay. I also would love if we could get a breakdown in terms of on our side, the recreations and youth services side of sports leagues and sports related stuff.
Okay, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but that's, all the sports stuff, I'm pretty certain is entirely in recreation.
Okay, the only reason I asked is because in the description of the department, there was a whole paragraph talking about sports, to which my concern was like, well, is there duplication? So
I'm gonna have to check that out.
Well, let me touch on that. Let me touch on that because we do help with camp scholarships.
Okay, yeah.
So they probably added that because we provide a substantial amount of residents going to camp for free or that are low income to moderate income. So, you know, when they're going to camp, you know, they're participating in recreational activities. So we provide that.
Okay, no, that's good to hear. As y'all have shown, you are on the ball, pun intended. So I'm glad to hear that. In terms of just quick questions to go through, warming shelter, the funds in that account, the department projection was 70,000. So the request was 35.
I believe that Mr. Sendroff can probably chime in here, but I actually believe that was a mistake. It got switched with the line either above or below it. I believe it's still 35,000.
That's exactly right. In Munis, it's 35. It
Yes.
was supposed to be 35, and the line next to it, which I think was food bank, should be 70.
Yeah.
So they just got switched.
Okay, all right. I was just like, all right, like that seems like a big difference. So I'm glad to hear again, y'all are on the ball. The only other question I had was about eviction. Is that enough money in terms of eviction costs? And then the final question is, I understand we will be getting some COVID relief money and have those conversations happen. I've been having some conversations with the Congresswoman's office about different ways to allocate those resources. So I'd love to hear, again, that might not be seen or envisioned in this budget, but just to hear what the thoughts and ideas are coming from the department, and also what needs have we not touched on that we should be cognizant of.
If I want to answer one of those questions, and then I'm going to turn it over to Isaiah to answer the question about evictions. In terms of the COVID related funding, one of the things, and Isaiah and I met with actually a new partner just a few days ago. The Quinnipiac Law School started a new program. It's a homelessness remediation program. So it's actually working with people who are going through the 211 system to to either deal with rental arrears or finding housing. And they are actually helping the people through it. And Isaiah can probably explain it better than I can. But one of the things that we did discuss with them is the money that is coming it's actually coming through this from the federal government to the state. And it appears that it's also being funneled through United Way, and it's Unite Connecticut. And it is a large amount of money, which is fantastic. So what we are working on is helping people go through that system, because quite frankly, they have access to greater funding than we have. So, and they can really deal with people who are in serious arrears. So it's helping, not only is it helping the renter, it's also helping the landlord. So, because landlords are hurting right now too. Yeah, I mean, everybody's hurting. So we are really trying to help people find the best resources that they possibly can. So I did want to answer that portion of the question. I'm going to turn the rest of that question over to Isaiah, because he can really speak to the evictions and also how they're working with the Unite Connecticut and the Quinnipiac remediation.
Well, with the evictions, you want to kind of give your best projections, your best forecast of what you see that you may spend. But especially with the moratorium ending in April, we've been getting a lot of influx of phone calls, because now people really realize it's serious, and a lot of the landlords have they're getting their cases processed through the court. So you just never know with evictions. It could be less, it could be more, but with evictions, we just don't focus on like evictions. We also have to pay a storage company that holds a storage. So sometimes we may get a $2,000 bill in 1 month. And that's because the storage, they're going to auction it off. They've been holding it for a substantial amount of time. But that's really kind of up in there. We wanted to give our best forecast. It can be over, it could be under. I'm also kind of nervous with relocations as well, because that can actually fluctuate as well. So to answer your question, we just try to give our best forecast and projection of evictions, and hope that we don't go over the 20,000.
Well, I appreciate all the work that y'all do. I will reach back to y'all offline with some thoughts and concerns I have. I want to commend you, Director Smith, for being having a vision to do a long-term plan for the Keefe Center, something near and dear to my heart. So I'm glad that's happening. And to all of y'all in general, thank you for the work that you do. We often see you in the community. We see what you do. Some of y'all have gotten to see us grow up. So we are very grateful for the work that is done at Keefe Community Center.
Thank you. Can I say just one thing? I know, Dominique, I see you, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Baez. I did want to say just one thing quickly, just to mirror what Isaiah was saying about the evictions with cost. One of the things that I think Mr. Sendroff had talked about last year when you were looking at the lines, and I don't want to get too deep into the weeds because I know people are waiting, is I think one of the things we really could do is, kind of take a look in January, see where we are. I'm hoping we'll have a good feel by then for kind of what the tenor of the environment is going to be with evictions, with relocations, with rental help. We are anticipating a really high call volume coming in. But who knows? Maybe by January it will have died off. I mean, fingers crossed. But we won't know. But I think hopefully Isaiah would agree that, let's check back in January and see where we are. I think that kind of makes the most sense. Isaiah, are you good with that?
I'm good with it. I mean, it just makes sense. We might have to come back and ask for more. So.
Thank you. Ms. Baez.
Okay, so I have a few questions, but I want to rattle them off kind of quickly, and then I'll type them up and send them to you so you guys don't have to answer them right now.
Okay,
and we
good.
can talk about it during deliberations. So first, for revenues, it says that the mayor put in his budget $22,000, but we don't have anything else here. I want to know, what is that expected revenue? Is it grants? Should that be somewhere else? Would it be somewhere else? Okay, over in the grants consultant line, we have $60,000 in there. $60,000. Do we know who's going to fill it? Is it going to be a full-time position, paid for by the town, a part of the union? What kind of position is that? Are we trying to do? We talked about family relocations. For the food bank, it says that to date, we have not spent any money in it. And I thought that was kind of strange, but maybe there's a reason that I just don't know, or maybe it's a typo for the food bank line. For the community garden, it went from a department request of $2,000 to $10,000. And I want to know what the plan was. What are we going to do? That sounds exciting.
It is exciting.
And then in the community ambassador program, we in the past have had $18,000 in this line, but now it's $75,000, but still says part-time. What is that position? Is it multiple people? Are they town employees? Are these, I just want some more explanation about that. And then for the whole art section, we don't have any history there. I was hoping that we could insert some history, or at least get be able to talk about history when we, so have that ready for when we do deliberations. And then on the positions page, I see quite a few bumps. So I wanted to see if those were union or because of increased work or something to that effect. Just an explanation for those raises when we do have our deliberations. Okay, I'm going to type those up so that you have them in writing and then
Fabulous.
respond.
Thing is, Baez, we're gonna have to start kind of speed rounding things as we try to get everybody else in. So very efficient, much appreciated. Thank you. Mr. McDowell.
Thank you. I will make this quick. I know we're time is of the essence. The community development manager, forgive me if this is something we already went over, refresh my memory. I think we've discussed it in the past. Where is that 50% reflected as revenue? Where is that revenue reflected? Maybe perhaps that's a question for Director Jackson. And it doesn't need to be answered now.
Okay.
When we revisit it, that revenue, there should be a line for that revenue somewhere.
Yeah, well, let me take a look at that. If you want to send that to Ms. Renta, Councilman, I'll take care of it.
Well, just so my understanding is correct, that's an $83,000 position, right? Or is it a?
Oh, yeah. I'll have to take a look at it and get you the history. But if you send it to Ms. Renta, I'll work it out tomorrow.
I will do that. The reason I'm asking is because I'm pretty sure that, and we had this conversation last year. I just don't remember what the outcome was. Should say $83,000, and then there should be a 41.5 revenue somewhere, so that's all reflected.
There is a $45,000 revenue that is in the finance office, and I believe that the number is 90. But because they're not in the same place,
great.
I don't want to take up too much time.
Thank you. Appreciate that. We'll revisit that. The other thing that I don't think there's going to be an answer for this evening, but we can revisit it. Homelessness is a growing issue in Hamden, and it's going to continue to grow. We've already discussed that a little bit. There are ways to deal with that in a compassionate and holistic way. Have we looked at whether CCM or SCROG or any other organizations that we are a part of, have they done any research on how communities on a municipal level can end homelessness? Because I know that there are communities around the country that have successfully done that on a municipal level. I can't imagine a reason why we wouldn't be able to do it here in Hamden. So if there's been research done, or if we could partner with an organization that could help us conduct that research, maybe it's someone else like Data Haven, it would be helpful to have that initiative started, so we could have an idea on what that project might look like, what costs might be associated. And the reason I think this is important for the budget is because if there's a cost or something we would have to contribute towards that research, that would be something we should accomplish before budget season is over.
Hamden has been a leader in what started out as a 10-year plan to end homelessness. Mm-hmm. And so we participate each year in the point in time count, which is in January, but the numbers don't come out until several months later. So we will have a better sense of where we stand in probably about 6 weeks. But it's certainly something that we've been paying attention to for a long time. I think every single one of us has seen an increase in the number of people who are, at the plaza with a sign. It's a serious issue. Doesn't mean they're homeless, and it doesn't mean that they're they're even impoverished. But their job right now is to stand in the plaza with a sign. But the point in time count, those January numbers are really critical. And so I think that we can all work together once we get those. And so we know where we stand based upon prior years. That's the data.
I'll attach to my other request some info about that. I don't want to get into it exists, right? And I'm glad that there's initiatives that already exist to confront it. But this year provided or contributed obstacles that we didn't foresee when we made this plan, right? So to make sure that we are on track for that 10-year plan and that we're still, en route to successfully ending homelessness, it's something I think we need to, or somebody needs to regionally address and see if we're still on track and what adjustments we need to make. So I appreciate it. I look forward to having further conversation about that. Thank you.
Absolutely. I'm happy to talk to you offline for as long as necessary to talk about some of the other efforts that are underway, because it's really important. It's really important.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman McDowell. Any other questions or information requests for community, youth, and arts? I will say thank you, everyone. Thank you, Ms. Smith, Mr. Lopes, Ms. Rubino. Thank you very much for your time and your efforts for the town of Hamden and the people of Hamden every day.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Bye, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.
Night.
Next, we have our town clerk. Hello, Ms. Morrison. Thank you.
Hi, how are you? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you just fine. Thank you.
All right.
So, Ms. Morrison, the floor is yours.
All right. Did you want to talk about line items? Would you like me just to discuss the department in general? I'm not sure of your format.
Well,
with,
sure. What what you accomplished this year, what you see going forward, and if you'd like to highlight anything in your budget.
Okay. As you know, this has been quite a year, quite an unusual year between COVID and 3 major elections. It took quite a toll on our office, obviously, but our office was on the job and in the office since March 20th. So when many people were staying home and staying safe, we were considered essential services because of what we rendered to the community, and we were on the job providing for our residents. One of the critical things in the beginning of the year was the administration of the land records. And what we did is we did put our land records online. I had held back for a few years because of the redaction of the Social Security numbers. I wanted to make sure that our residents' identity was secure. And so that helped a lot of what we were dealing with. The title searchers and obviously the attorneys that needed to record documents were very intensely wanting to get into the town hall at that point, at the height of COVID. And so we took care of that. And by going online, it's actually provided a lot of additional revenue in the copy fees column of our revenue. We continued to do our vital records. It was a critical component in the COVID environment that we've been in, because we actually issue the burial permits and work with the death certificates. So the Department of Health was very interested in all the Registrar of Vital Statistics, which is another hat that we wear in calculating the statistics of COVID and its after effects. Obviously, we were in the throes of major elections, and the town clerks were kind of the carrier of the elections when the state just said we're going to an all absentee system. And we did record numbers, as did every other town clerk in the state of Connecticut. And from what I understand, the state is entertaining keeping a mail-in system in the state of Connecticut, or attempting to make us either an early voting state or a mail-in state with the absentees. So it's been a pretty busy year. It's been very taxing on the staff, as you can imagine, and my staff is itching to get back full-time. We're still on half staff in the office in shifts and working from home. But obviously all our documents our original documents are at the office. So we've been there nonstop, and we're happy to continue working for our residents and providing the services that they've gotten used to from our town clerk's office. I have some concerns about the budget. The revenues, obviously in the land records line, last year I had reduced the fees reimbursement to the state of Connecticut, assuming that COVID was going to affect the real estate market, and it did just the opposite. I think New York has moved into Connecticut, and we've seen a booming business of sales of property. There is some concern in the real estate market with the possibility of the interest rates going up, that and the low supply of houses at this point, that the real estate will actually slow down. But we're not seeing that in the town clerk's office. In our document fees, I'm anticipating we're going to do probably close to $900,000. But the caveat is, for the $60 that we collect, $44 goes back to the state of Connecticut. So that was one of the concerns I had under the expenditure line, that the fees reimbursement was cut back last year, and we've already expended that money, and we have another 4.5 months to go. And we actually owe the state for the month of February, because the reimbursement to the state is statutory, obviously, and they're holding out their hands looking for their money. That's their revenue. So we will need to increase that fees reimbursement line, knowing that it's tied into the document fees line under the revenue. So that's a really critical thing for us. The conveyance tax, I would say is going to be relatively stable. My concern is, in the past, we've had these huge commercial sales on Mix Avenue, or the 2 medical buildings on Whitney Avenue that have yielded like $33 million as a sale, and would give almost $300,000 as a conveyance to the town. But what we found this year, it was mostly the mom and pop sales of people buying and selling properties, and properties were selling like hotcakes. So there won't be the huge collection of conveyance from commercial properties unless there's huge sales anticipated next year. And obviously, everything we do is driven by the documents that actually come over the counter. So that was one of my concerns. I don't know if there's any other questions that people have, but one of the other ones I want to address under the expenditures is the boards and commissions. And I am the administrator of the clerks, and their fees have not been raised in over 20 years. So you'll notice that it went up like $5,000. And the reason is because of the additional responsibilities put on these clerks, and a lot of these responsibilities have actually been imposed in the last couple of months mid-contract. And so I've decided to increase the fees for the clerks $25 a meeting to accommodate for the Zoom meetings that was never in their contracts. And now they're being asked to post directly to the website themselves. So I would hope that you would consider the work that they do. The meetings are ever so much longer now that people have gone to a Zoom platform, and people have a camera and a microphone to talk. So I think it's important that we recognize the work of these boards and commission clerks. And I will entertain any questions that anybody wants to ask.
Thank you, Ms. Morrison. We really appreciate the work that you do and all your clerks do. We can't do it without them, that is for sure. I guess we'll just ask the administration, when we run into these situations where there's a difference in revenue request between the department and the mayor's request, that we get the justification for that. So kind of an in general request for our deliberations that, if there is a change, if the justification could be provided when we're in that deliberation. So there are a couple small changes here. Well, not small, but there are a couple changes here that we would just like some justification for to feel comfortable for those revenue lines. And that'd be about all I have to say, except I do agree, Ms. Morrison, our clerks are working extra hard, and the extra compensation seems like a good idea.
I had Miss Renta send you the backup. I usually give you the historical backup of both the revenues and the expenditures. And hopefully all the council members receive those. And it'll give you kind of a 20-year view going back. So you can compare the figures and see where the fees were increased. And as the market changed from, like, say 2008 to present, you could compare the figures and make decisions based on that. But primarily we deal with people directly, and we're a paper and film and microfilm outfit. And one of the mayors once said about us that we were kind of a wash department. We were kind of an arm of the state of Connecticut. We took in all the revenue and we sent most of it back to them. And I know one of our assistant town clerks is almost a full-time bookkeeper because we're doing 6 or 7 different state reports at the end of every month. And my staff is now operating almost 7 different databases, 5 for the state of Connecticut alone. So I want to commend my staff. It was a very difficult year. We had a lot of help from people we called the AB Vault Squad. And but I couldn't do anything without my staff that's very dedicated, devoted, and extremely competent.
Thank you, Ms. Morrison. Mr. McDowell?
Thank you. The only remark I have, and we can dive into this during deliberations, but I want to offer you an opportunity, and you already did remark on some of this, but if you have any thoughts on this before we dive into revenues, it seems like some of these revenues were, obviously grew because of the circumstances of the pandemic, right? Not just as it relates to sale of property, but obviously people needed documents if they were going to go forward with things like unemployment. The dog fees were inflated for obvious reasons, right? It looks like a little bit. I guess what I'm asking is, can we expect to see? It seems to me like we wouldn't be able to expect to see the same kind of inflation over the course of the next year, right? It seems like the real estate market will continue being hot for at least the summer and the fall. That seems. However, from dog fees to vital statistics, burial, cremation permits, right? These things are hopefully on the downturn, right? Not necessarily dog permits, but some of these are probably going to be on the downturn as we move out of the pandemic. So I guess it seems weird to not only keep them as high as they were, but to then it looks like the mayor even further inflated some of them. So I guess if there's any thought behind that, the only one that particularly is the $2,000 vital statistics and the $100,000 document fee. Those ones stick out to me particularly. So I don't know if you have any thoughts on that.
Well, the document fees are certainly up, obviously, because of COVID. And if you look at the backup that I've given you, you can see that there is a consistency in the way the revenues are collected and the way they've accumulated over the years. And a lot of that is that the state has consistently raised the fees over the years and increased their percentage that they keep. So we take in a certain portion of revenue and then the state adds an additional tax or whatever they call it, assessment, and then they'll take it away. But I would suggest you look at the backup and then just compare it. Certainly COVID made a difference, but the dogs are usually pretty consistent. The vital records have increased because the fees for the marriage licenses have increased from $30 to $50 a license.
Yeah.
But then to counteract that, there's also the $19 surcharge we have to turn around and send back to the state.
Okay.
So when I calculated the revenue, I allowed for what we actually keep and then what we would send to the state in a reimbursement.
Okay.
So I don't know if that quite answers your question.
Yeah.
COVID obviously made a difference, but if you look at the backup, you know, we pretty consistently will keep to the figures that we have. The mayor did inflate them or did increase them slightly, but every single mayor that I've worked with has done that. And then I tend to be conservative in the revenues I project to the council and then hope that I can meet it. And a lot of times, most times, it'll surpass what I anticipated. So,
Okay, so somewhere in the middle is probably where we want to end up. So I don't want to take any more time. Thank you for sticking with us so late. I appreciate it.
okay, not a problem.
Thank you, Ms. Morrison. Thank you, Mr. McDowell. Any other questions for Ms. Morrison in our town clerk's office? All right, well, seeing none, I'll say thank you very much again, Ms. Morrison, for all you do for us and for bringing us tonight, telling us a bit about your department, and have a very pleasant evening.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Chief Charles.
Up next, we have our Board of Education. And if I'm looking, let's see, I see a couple of Mr. Ariola, Mr. Perez, and Mr. Gill. Oh, there you are. Jody, sorry, I didn't see you down there.
I'm up here on my screen.
Mr. Gill, if you'd like to just talk to us about the Board of Ed's budget request, the floor is yours.
Sure. Thank you very much. Before I introduce Arturo, the board chair, who would like to make a few remarks, I want to personally thank Vera for helping this guy make sure that he secured his absentee ballot this year. I wanted to I wanted to do everything I could do to make sure that my ballot was in the right mailbox and was counted. So thank you, Vera, for spending special attention on my ballot. So thank you for that. Arturo, do you want to begin?
I'll get started. Thank you, Jody. And again, I also want to extend my gratitude to Vera and Julie, folks at the Keefe Center. Really, we're all in this together. All the good work that's done across the town, and it's always good to join these meetings to get to see and learn about what the town is doing. I prepared these brief remarks, and I want to thank you for giving us the opportunity to present aspects of our Board of Education budget here. And Jody will go into more detail with this. The past year has been incredibly challenging. Last March, as the pandemic became a difficult reality, we had to transition from a brick and mortar operation to a remote teaching and learning platform in a matter of days. This meant rethinking multiple aspects of education, such as grading, athletics, and graduation. Our school district has also maintained and enhanced food security initiatives, which to some extent it was outlined over during the Keefe Center presentation, and we thank them for being such an incredible partner in this task. We've also worked to make sure that the board has worked to make sure that every student has a computer and internet connectivity, and this was a daunting task. As our public schools respond to this crisis, this pandemic, we've also have had to face very painful decisions as a result of being flat funded for the current fiscal year. And to make up for this shortfall of more than $2 million, we've had to, the staff had to be reduced, and programs and interventions had to be discontinued or scaled down. And in addition to the hardship brought to our community by the pandemic, these budget cuts have also had very painful consequences. I don't want to take too much time with that, but I will give you one fact that illustrates these hardships and challenges faced by our students and community. Are I'll tell you some data that was revealed to us after halfway through a year, a little more than halfway through a year. 34% of our Hamden High School students and 35% of our middle school students have been chronically absent at this point of the school year. And about 131 seniors, or 33% of our graduating class, have at least failed one grade, and this is incredibly concerning. We know that other districts in Connecticut and in the country are facing similar challenges, or in some cases worse disengagement conditions. But we have a responsibility to address this educational disruption and the impact it's been having on our students' mental and emotional health. We know that the socioeconomic inequities in our society also translate into a higher level of needs among our student population and community. And I think the Keefe Center and the information you were able to observe and listen today, it gives you another illustrates that as well. For the next year and for the years to come, our public schools will need adequate resources to ensure that we have enough educators and staff. We know that for decades, the state of Connecticut has underfunded our public school system by more than $15 million per year. And in February, the governor proposed freezing the schedule increases in education cost sharing and alliance grants for our school districts like ours. I ask you to please join me in reaching out to the Hamden State delegation and let our legislators know that we cannot keep making up for state underfunding with local tax increases and budget cuts. Finally, I recognize that crafting our town's budget is a very difficult task, and I want to thank you for your service to Hamden. And as you deliberate, I ask you that you keep in mind that our public schools have and will continue to be part of the solution. Investing in the education of our children is more than just a moral obligation. It is the best way to ensure long-term positive and sustainable outcomes that will benefit everyone. Please remember that the Board of Education has proven to be fiscally responsible. If there were to be a surplus by the end of a fiscal year, this would be returned to the town as it's been done in years prior. Last year alone, there was a surplus of $450,000 that was returned to the town. So I ask you to please approve a funding increase that provides adequate resources for the education of our children in Hamden's public schools. And we're all in this together. I thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Arturo. And just to sort of piggyback on some of Arturo's comments, opening comments, just had an opportunity to everyone. If you're on Facebook, so you see that you get those things 1 year ago, and you can post something or share something. And I was just happened to notice that a year ago, March 24th, I posted something that showed various people in our district preparing laptops to be sent out to students. And a lot of things were interesting about that photograph. One is that you saw everybody working out of their job description, the HR director, the assistant superintendent, and various people in the district all pitching in to not only laptops. It isn't just simply you get a laptop and you distribute it. You have to set them up and get them all prepared and put the software in and everything else. and about 24 members of the core team and administrators, principals, teachers, media specialists all pitching in to do that. But what struck me about the picture also was no one was wearing masks, but we were wearing gloves. And I say that because we had no idea what was going on then. I remember March 12th, 13th, I was getting calls. I was meeting with people on my team, getting calls from principals. A kid sneezed. What do we do? A kid has a headache. What do we do? A kid has nausea. What do we do? And I would be calling QVHD, asking them, what do we do? And we don't know. So, and then calling the Department of Public Health, we don't know. So it literally was superintendents who got on a call with one another to say, look, we're not talking about bed bugs in a school. We're talking about a pandemic, a public health crisis. What good is it if Hamden closes its schools if North Haven is open or New Haven is open? So we all met, and without the governor, without the State Department of Education or the commissioner or the Department of Public Health, we said, we're closing until we can figure this out. So then the governor came on board and the Department of Public Health came on board and began to help provide some direction. But the direction wasn't one direction for all districts. It was here, these are things you should consider and you guys will have to figure it out. It's, in some ways, it seems like 30 years ago when that all happened. In other ways, it feels like it was yesterday. But I also have an opportunity to talk to other superintendents in other towns. And you hear more often than not, you'll hear the superintendent doesn't get along with the director of Department of Public Works, or there are issues between fire and police. And I say this every year, and I don't believe people understand the value of the importance of your administrative staff, the people that you hire on the town side and the people we hire on the board side work really, really well together. I mean, I could not have gotten through this year without the support of Fire Chief Merweed and Police Chief Sullivan, and without Department of Public Works Caesar. We had a meeting recently with your new economic development person, Curtis Eatman, who couldn't have been more helpful and supportive of the career pathways that we have established at the high school through Dale's work. And also, working with Julie, who has various roles in our district, and the new Chief of Staff, Adam Sandroff. I mean, and also Sue Rubino, who talks about bending and bending and flexing. She does a lot of bending and flexing with our staff, and just we work really well together. And so again, and I'm really grateful for that. I remember back when we were having these weekly emergency management meetings with Chief Merweed would chair, and he would talk about how first responders didn't have PPE. And again, if you asked me back in February what PPE meant or stood for, I wouldn't know. But we've become procurement experts in Hamden Public Schools around, what all this stuff means. But he indicated at one of these meetings that there were issues with there weren't enough protective helmets or protective shields for first responders. And some of you know what the HECA program is. We just started that last year, the Hamden Engineering Careers Academy. And we have 3D printers, and we have it was all funded through some state grants, and we've transformed the auto mechanics program to this manufacturing program. The first thing we ended up doing was creating masks for Chief Merweed to distribute to first responders in North Haven and other surrounding communities. So in some ways, it was just really, 42 years as an educator, none of us have ever educated through a pandemic before, but to have people who get along, they meet, they have the same goals, which is to help the town, we're really, really fortunate. So I just really want to share that. And again, I want to thank members of my team, my core team, and directors in the district and principals who are all part of reopening committees. So we back in the summer, after getting through the spring and early summer of last year, we had to think about what the school year was going to be like. And I remember even talking to you back in May about our budget, which was developed pre-COVID-19. And there were a lot of things I just didn't know we were going to be anticipating for the coming year. And again, my team was extraordinary in developing reopening plans, making sure we always kept health and safety first, and also ensuring that we have a health and safety committee that meets, and Cornell Scott is part of that committee that meets every Friday. And we look at the trend data every week, and we make plans as to how we address each week in terms of making sure we're healthy and safe. And at this point, we're meeting weekly to look at all the things we have to do to get back on April 12th, 5 days a week. And also, we created a vaccination task force back in December because we knew that these vaccines would land on our doorstep at one point, and we wanted to make sure that we had the facility, we had the people, we had the stations, we had the plans to work that through. And thankfully, Dan Levy, who's a principal at Westwoods, also doubles as a safety coordinator for our district, and nobody cares or knows safety protocols better than Dan Levy does, and he's been just outstanding. So on this particular Saturday, 2.5 weeks ago, the superintendent and 409 other educators were vaccinated we got the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. And I will say, it was the first time I ever smiled getting a vaccine. I used, as a kid, I used to scream. I was the worst screamer when I was, but we were all, it was just a great event. And Cornell, we couldn't have done it without Gary Highsmith, who's an HR director, and what, I think he was trained to be a social studies teacher back in the day, who's now learning how to create vaccine clinics and work with Cornell Scott Hill on this. So we all working outside of our job descriptions, all trying to figure things out. We changed overnight, and we had bus drivers became drop-off vehicles to take meals to people's homes where they couldn't make it to the actual places to pick up their meals. Teachers and staff learned how to use technology in ways they've never used before, teaching two modes of instruction every day to students in the classroom, and also students who are sitting on laptops watching what they're doing and managing all that. And then also just the whole management of procurement. And I just want to give Tom Ariola a lot of credit. Another guy who probably didn't know what PPE stood for back in February, but was responsible for making sure that we had all the masks, the gloves, the dividers, and whatever else we needed. And we had to redesign classrooms and take desks out of classroom and store the desks. And again, it just goes on and on. But really proud also of our food distribution programs. I think it really served us well to work with United Way and town and community partners over the past 3 years to look at food security. And through those networks and working with Whitson's, we distributed meals. We started distributing meals on March 16th. So our last day of instruction was March 12th. Friday was the 13th, bad omen. We actually had stations at 4 school locations and the Keefe Center, and we were distributing meals on March 16th. And on that day, you would see staff, teachers, paras, administrators handing out food on those cold March mornings and just doing whatever they had to do to make sure that our community ate. And that's what you just you don't think about schools being more than academic environments or academic places. And you realize that's where kids eat. That's where kids get their mental health supports. That's where kids get their social and emotional fulfillment and their needs addressed. And you just learn about all the various things that schools do, because when they close, you have to fill in and make up the difference. I won't bore you with all the statistics around the number of meals we've distributed and all that. But it's just really impressive. I'd be happy to share that with you, so I don't take your time up tonight. I also wanted to share that because we had such a crazy hybrid schedule, we had a lot of gaps that we had to fill. And Right at School which is our and the Y, our childcare providers and support, were there to provide all those gaps to ensure that any family, any parent that needed to work the full day and wanted to make sure that children were in safe places outside of school, we provided those places for those students, and they were well run through the Y and right at school. The board subsidized all of that through its budget to make sure that all families paid less than what they would have needed to pay, but many families paid nothing or as little as $25 a week for full childcare support. We wanted to make sure that there were no obstacles there. Technology wise, again, I won't bore you with all the statistics in terms of number of hotspots we gave out, number of laptops we gave out, what we got from the state, what the board produced, iPads and Chromebooks. But we went in 1 year, we went from a brick and mortar, learn by using technology as an ancillary tool, to being a one-to-one district in 1 year. And if this were a typical year and we were looking to be a one-to-one school, we would have probably come up with a 10-year plan to get there. We did this in 1 year. So the pandemic was a real kick in the pants to make sure that we had the technology and to make sure that every kid had technology to learn. So, and just finally, I will just share with you that we are, and Tom could talk a little bit more about this, and we'll talk more during the deliberations, but we will be getting some grant funds, but these grant funds are not just simply, here's a bunch of money, spend it as you like. They need to be targeted to ensuring that kids get the intervention support, the mental health support, and make sure that we're doing other things outside of supplanting our own budget. But just very quickly to give you an idea what we're thinking about, and I'm signaling that we're not just simply addressing issues related to COVID slide or gaps in learning. Those are all very important, but for me, the most important thing is that we get our kids, give them a joyful and engaging experience. And we're starting as early as April vacation, right at school. We'll be providing summer camp programming for children to get them back into schools. They're also going to be providing a summer camp experience for all of our students. We're partnering with Quinnipiac University to provide an arts camp for our Church Street and Helen Street students. A STEAM Academy at Albertus Magnus, we're planning that as well for the entire summer. ACES is going to be providing some academic intervention support. And if we have to provide remote learning next year, we're talking to them about helping us provide that remote learning. So teachers aren't teaching the two modes of instruction. We have teachers teaching in class to students in the classroom, and that ACES and others can provide the remote learning experience. And then also we're pooling our own mental health supports to ensure that they're working over April vacation and through the summer to provide whatever counseling and mental health supports that our students need. So there's a lot going on, a lot of exciting things. I think that we're back in school on the 12th after our break, and it would be 5 days a week, and we're trying to get all our kids back for that period of time. So I just want to introduce Tom Mariola, who'll give you more of he'll convert everything I said into algorithms and numbers. Tom?
Thank you, everybody. Yeah, it's been a trying year. And let's start off, the best way to start this whole presentation is, I know I could talk for 10 hours about this. We'll start tonight, and I'm sure we'll go forward. Our budget is on our website, line by line. You're welcome. If the chairman wants them individually sent to you guys, just reach out to us, and as we go through the process, we're willing and able to get out the information. We're in an evolving state, meaning that we're going through a year of COVID again. So looking through that, we've knocked down and negotiated with special ed vendors with our busing contracts, and we're able to do things this year which are helping us get through the year. We're going to restart next week. When we in the near future, when we start back up, then we're going to get back into ramping up some of our costs. But let's just talk in general terms. The Board of Ed passed a budget of roughly a $3.4 million increase. And let's just talk about that. We were zero funded, and there's a $3.4 million increase. What does that include? Well, what it includes is no new LEA positions. So we can start right there. There is no new LEA positions. In fact, there are some reductions in positions that are included in this. However, the biggest part of this increase, one of the biggest parts, is salaries for our teachers and administrators that were passed by the Legislative Council. So this is a fixed cost that we're going to bear right now of $1,527,895. So that's a negotiated contract, the 2% increase plus step. So in our increase of roughly 3.4 million, there's 1.5. So we can, just so you can see, with a zero budget, we're back to 2 years ago's numbers. Let's just start there. We can get into any increase. The other increases that we're up against is we have a 5% increase across the board coming for busing. It's in the contract. A 5% increase in busing will cost us $379,000. We also have an increase in staff mileage of $34,000 because that was a give back last year. The administrative union gave that back in negotiations. It's put back in for this year. Now, the rest of the increases are really easy to explain because it's all generated in one area. But the other increase of roughly 1.7, 1.8 million comes from special ed. Again, our numbers are going up in special ed. Our costs are going up. We're getting outsourced, we're outsourcing, we're trying to bring them back. Under COVID, this year, we're running over budget in special ed about $1.6 million. So that's where we're saying that at some point, we're trying to scale this back, but until we catch up, we're always chasing that. So right now, that's where the increases really come from. So in the mayor's budget, he approved a $1.25 million increase plus 250,000, which was left over. So it's 1.5 million increase to the Board of Ed, and they approved 1.7 million in revenue to pick up from our grants through benefits. Again, we have grants out there just to show our commitment. This $4 million in increases, we're taking 3.6 million of our alliance. Our alliance grant is 6.9 million. We're taking 3.6 million of that and directly offsetting general fund expenditures. So where does that shows our commitment to the town. We're able to use the grant to be used efficiently. But the problem is that's still taking away from a grant that's for 20 alliance district that's 40, I can't remember the number, but it's supposed to be used for programmatic issues. So again, that 3.6 and the 700,000 that we would allocate towards the 1.7 in benefits brings our alliance fund for programmatic issues down to 2.5 million. So again, you look at a big number like an alliance grant of 6.9. In reality, after we help absorb some of these costs in the general fund by making some of these programs allowable, we're here to work together. We have a great relationship with the town. I think since I've been here, we know we're a good partner. We're here to help any way we can. Last year, we did bring in a $415,000 surplus, plus we gave $95,000 from benefits, and we gave another $200,000 of our CARES Act money towards expenses of the prior year. So roughly $703,000 that we put forward. So these are real needs, okay, the difference. The problem, what we're here to show you though, is to work with you, is there's a lot of things changing right now. As we sit here today, we have a $4.3 million ESSERS Fund 2 grant that's just been approved. The budget's just being written today. However, it doesn't say you can use it to offset general fund expenses. I have the rules right here. Address learning loss, provide principal and other school leaders with resources, activities, mental health services, implementing activities for summer learning, school facility repairs, which I'll talk about in a moment, inspection, testing, maintenance. It's all limited to documents that were provided by the state. And then ultimately, we are going to have to file a grant request for this. Just to educate everybody, in this 4.3 million is not a one-year grant. They've spread it out over 2 years. So in reality, we're getting 2 million $188,521 for the next 2 years. Okay, so that budget that we're working on today is going to encompass what Mr. Goller talked about, summer program, technology, all the gap learning, everything these programs we're trying to relieve the achievement gap. We're also showing that we're thinking long-term. We're going to take portions of this and it's used for HVAC repairs and replacement. We're going to be coming forward to you guys with a plan pretty soon that's going to show that the superintendent, myself, and the town, we're going to come together with a $3 million HVAC repair at no cost by utilizing grants and utilizing this to show you that this money, we're going to think this money out for the long-term benefit of all of us. Other grant sources. Now you hear a lot about the new CARES Act money coming, $10 million, 10.3. Again, that just, I think the president said today, he's going to start releasing the money, but it starts at the town. It starts at the state, and then it'll flow to us. But after we put a plan together of a reopening plan and what we're going to use that money for. So, we're all hoping, and we're sitting here saying, oh, this 5 million is going to come. This right now, it's evolving. There's nothing that's concrete. There's nothing that says that it's going to come within 6 months, 12 months. It just says it has to be spent by 2024. So these are the kind of things that we're working with daily because we know the condition of the town. We know that we need to do our part, and we intend to. This year, again, we're watching everything, even at this level. Now we're going back to school. Things are going to change a little bit, but it's still going to be part of our priority. The other issue is we have an ESSERS 1 fund, which has 700,000. We shared 300,000 of that with the parochial schools. 700,000 of it was for us. What we're going to do is save the town money. By putting that money into a property, we're not going to have to come to the town and ask for capital because we're going to buy our computer needs that we ask every year, even though we don't get it. We're going to use this money to get the Chromebooks replaced because you can imagine these Chromebooks are not coming back in the shape that they left us at the beginning. So there is going to be a replacement and repair policy going forward, budgeting this out. So we're going to look at these grants in conjunction with what's allowable to see where our budget ends up. We're sitting here today hoping that you not only take the 1.5 up, but if you don't, we're going to also be here and look at every resource that we have when it becomes official. Right now, the only official numbers we have is the Alliance, the same as last year, and the 4.3 being budgeted to meet the criteria that I've shared. We've also developed a plan in case we have to follow through with the $1.7 million in grants in benefits that the town is requesting in part of its budget. Now, again, does this hurt? Sure it does, because we're going to take $750,000 out of Alliance for grants. For benefits. $355,000 out of Title I, $12,000 out of Title II, $293,000 out of the ESSERS 1, $340,000 out of IDA. So these are programs that are specially treated, have specific uses. So we are going to have to revamp ourselves and hope that the other revenues are there to support us. Again, our budget includes the excess cost, which comes in roughly about 2.2 million. We net our special ed expenditures down by that. So at the end of the year, you might see in our budget $20 million for special ed, but it's really $22 million because we net that check. That check just came in January for 1.8 million. We reduce our expenditures for the 1.8 million and we turn the check back over to the town. Food service, just a quick off note there, just to show again what we do for our food service program. Started the year with a $300,000 deficit. As of today, I can project to the board and to everybody that we're going to make money this year. And how we're going to make money is the same way we want to be trusted with you guys. We're being trusted. We're picking up food contracts with school districts that can't handle the kids. The state is thanking us for reaching out and helping Charterville, Academy, other schools that need help. We're going above and beyond to be not just a great partner and make money, but we're helping. They've called us and said, thank you guys for stepping up. The kids weren't getting an adequate product and the like. So I'm here twofold. I'm here to ask to be the trusted partner with the town. And we're here to, to show you that with our results. I could sit here and spend 10 hours going through this line by line with you guys. And I know you don't have it yet. And my doors are open for those questions. But again, with this evolving, this is why it's good that this process will take a little longer, because we'll see what really happens with these revenue streams. Right now, if you were to say to me, could you balance this budget with everything you know right now? My answer is no. But what is coming? What is still out there? I don't know. Is the alliance going to be increased by 1.8 million? It's out there in a legislative package. Is it going to get approved? If it gets approved, well, that's another story. Now we start taking costs that are allowable under alliance, moving them over to there and helping the town even further. So the one thing I really am here is saying that a cut of the 1.5 million would be devastating. That's one thing that everyone really needs to know here, is that if you zero fund this system, that's a problem, because the raises that were given out can't be made up. The only way they could be made up, if you look at 1.5 million, that's roughly, if we take 50,000, 30 positions, we're not gonna be able to fund those raises by cutting staff, especially in a period where we're having our kids, we're trying to get them back to where we were. That's really just a summary of where we are. I know it's 9:30 and you guys have been doing this, but that's where we are with you. We're looking for your guidance, what your questions are, or to answer. The issue is, these are some of the fixed costs that have to be resolved. And as the grants come through and the reality of some of this stuff comes, we're here to discuss it with everybody and work together.
I just want this to be noted tonight that this is the first time that Tom Ariola out-talked Arturo Perez. So I just want that noted. Thank you, Tom. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Board of Ed team. That was very, lots of good information there. Great to hear about the different community partnerships, especially with QU that you have happening. And I do appreciate the superintendent's words about having a good team together. And I do think we are very lucky. We have a great team on the Board of Ed side and the town side working together. So I know we'll be able to overcome these challenges, just as the Board of Education has adapted and improvised and come to a good place here with the challenges of the past year. As an educator, I can attest, teaching in the two modes simultaneously is indeed a challenge, and you have to change and adapt every day. And I'm very interested in hearing more about the joyful and engaging practices and plans that you have in store, because that will be very important. As a teacher, I can say, there are gaps. There's definitely gaps this year, even with our best efforts. The gaps remain. And so, having said that, I guess moving forward, let's continue talking. As Mr. Ariola pointed out, I do think we need to gain some clarity on how much funding is coming, what can it be used for, and how can we best utilize it. So we have more conversations and more information to be had, but a good start tonight. And we'll just open up to some questions here. Mr. Caesar.
Thank you very much. I want to thank Dr. Goller and his team for all the work they've done this year. Nowhere in the job description did it say dealing with a pandemic of this nature and having to deal with all the different things that go along with it. So just a really great job to all of you, to the teachers and everybody for the work they did to get through this so far. Excellent work. I have a couple questions, if you don't mind. The first one is, walk me through the plan for the fact that 35-40% chronic absenteeism. Obviously, there's going to be some situations there with kids not passing for the year. The classes maybe. Does the district have a plan in place where we're going to have some sort of credit recovery or work recovery program for the kids who are not making it, not doing it, and in danger of failing for the year or maybe not graduating? What type of plans do you guys have in place for this year? Not in the fall, but to get the kids to where they have to be to graduate by June or move to the following year next year?
That's a great question. Again, one thing I want to just point out regarding chronic absenteeism, one reason why there are more students who are chronically absent, because we tell them, don't come to school if you have a sniffle, if you have a headache, if you have a runny nose. So the threshold for children to come to school is much lower than it has been, when kids will struggle through it. So we tell them stay home, and we tell parents to monitor their children and keep them home if they show any symptoms, even that may seem like an allergy or something, but keep them home just to be safe. But we have social workers for the kids who are chronically absent, and there are some concerns around that. Our social workers are knocking on doors and talking to parents and trying to re-engage the kids back into school, or get them to turn their laptops on, and addressing whatever the individual needs are for any individual student. So the principals are on that, and their mental health staff and the teachers are on that as well. And the other piece too is that we do have credit recovery programs in motion now. Nadine and Michelle Coogan both have invited children back to school even before April 12th, the 5 days a week, so they can re-engage sooner and get the 5 days of brick and mortar experiences back in. I just think that there's just from what I can gather, the tone of the school over the past couple of days, at secondary level in particular, has been much more positive. Kids are coming to school. They're hearing that they can be in they can be back in school. They can experience. They can have a graduation. They can go to the prom. They could bring a date. They're going to quasi. So all the reasons why kids come to school, none of which I've talked about have to do with academics. Will in an emotional, social emotional way get the kids more energized and thinking about school, and get rid of the regular sense of every day looks the same. I'm in my bedroom, I'm looking at my laptop, and they're going to be back playing band. They can play their instruments. They'll be eating outside. They'll have tents outside. So I just think there's just a general excitement over that, which will also yield better academic results, because we all know that that's all connected. But the principals of both the secondary schools, we're focusing on the seniors at the high school. We want to give them every opportunity to pass their courses so they can get on with their lives. I wrote a letter to the parent community indicating that retention is not something that I'm looking for, that I think is a reasonable approach to addressing the needs of children. We need to accelerate their learning, not retain them to go through another year of third grade or fourth grade. So we're all committed to that. So really a lot of things, Mr. Caesar, that we're looking to do and are doing at this point to make sure that our kids do succeed in our schools.
Well, I thank you for all of that. I have a couple budget questions. In terms of the savings on paper or copiers or things of that nature, I know from my own experience, everything has been Google Meet and Google Documents, Google everything, with submitting things online. Have you guys realized much savings in terms of paper and copier use and all of that in the budget that you guys are proposing?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. But again, in our position, we're having to save a lot of money in these areas to make up the special ed shortfall in this budget. We're running anywhere from 1.2 to 1.6 based on my projections right now over budget. And how are we going to offset that? We're going to offset that with savings that we're, again, thanks to thanks to being in this hybrid model, we've been able to put things in and negotiate savings. Now that's going to end, but are these costs going to come down? And that's the big question. Right. We know that some of these special ed costs of outside services will reduce because the kids will come back. But there's also now the need of the extra needs that are going to come forward during this. And we're going to look at allowability of grants to help work this through. But again, that's where we have to do our work every day. The fact that we run into, our special needs kids, and we have to do what we have to do based on their.
Right. I only have So I just wanted to quickly just jump on my final question before I let you guys go. How many teacher retirements are you expecting this year in June? Do you have a prediction in terms of the numbers you budgeted for teacher retirements?
Last year, we budgeted for 6 and we had 0.
Right.
This year, we're budgeting for the same number at this point. I don't see anything. You would think that maybe this would have drove away, but I think, you know, everybody's going to be energized and want to do another one. Maybe they rested.
Well, I want to say once again to everybody on the Board of Ed side, thank you for what you do. It's not an easy task at all. I go through it every day myself in terms of being in the classroom and dealing with the day-to-day of this. I can only imagine what you guys in central office are all going through and going through every day and trying to put together a system that works, that benefits all the kids and supporting our teachers and everything. So, you know, Dr. Goller, thank you for all you do for making this happen and as well as your team. Just phenomenal job this year making it happen. Thank you.
Thanks, Austin. Arturo, you wanted to say something?
Yes, thank you. I just to the question that Mr. Caesar asked in the beginning, the presentation for the meeting of February 19th is available. The recording is available, and there's a lot of detail there about the assessment of the challenge of the level of disengagement. The reasons is broken down in great detail, but also there is having such a great team is incredible. These folks really work very hard. So they don't only, they present the assessment of the problem, they also present and break down the steps that are being taken to reach a solution or to attempt a solution. And I would also add, in addition to, I do encourage you to watch it. It's a really good presentation with a lot of detail. And in addition to that, there's also the information that we get to learn from principals and other educators. Some of them go directly to the students' homes and, you know, wave at them, knock at the doors. There's a lot of effort here that comes from humans who really care for our students. So just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Arturo. I appreciate it. I know my time is up. I just want to say once again, thank you for all you guys do to your staff and everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caesar. Dr. Horsley.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you to the team for being a transformer this year and really becoming a public health experts and really dealing with the issues that we've had to deal with in our community. I think the pandemic has really revealed how schools are really a social support network that for working families that needs to happen in other ways. And we appreciate that you guys showed up and really did a great job. I think of the area schools, I was really impressed with your plan and how you guys executed it. In terms of the budget this year, I will not be supporting a flatlining of your budget. I will definitely be, I think if we kind of anticipated the amount of work that you would need to do this year and the teachers, and I'm not sure we would have done that last year. But you know, as Dr. Goller said, hindsight is 2020, and we just really didn't understand what we were getting ourselves into with this pandemic. I do have a question about the grant funding from the Board of Education. The auditor noted that some of the grants that the Board of Education applies for lacked fringe benefits because the town side picks those up. And we're one of the only districts that doesn't have the Board of Education fund the fringe benefits. And every grant that I apply for, when I apply for salary, I have to apply for the fringe benefits. And so I just want to make sure that we're being consistent with making sure that we're applying for that. And if so, what does that look like in the future for the budget? And so not something that I want you to answer now necessarily, but just in the future, you know, the auditor suggested that we lost out on 3 to 4 million, which we were searching for millions of dollars. So I just want to make sure that we're dotting all our I's and crossing all our T's as we're applying for grants, and that there's a system in place that makes sure that even though we have a different system than most places, that we're making sure we're kind of getting all the grant funding we can get. So, but thank you so much for all you do for our community. And, you know, for 50 years, we're going to be thanking you for what you did this year. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Horsley. That's great to hear. I know that Tom can give a very concise, this is something that we've talked a lot about, and Tom developed a schedule around fringe benefits tied to
Yeah,
grants.
just I was an auditor too. Forget about the 3 or 4 million, because that's a fallacy. You're not gonna, if you take 3 or 4 million, you might as well shut down the programs, because obviously our fringe rate here is a lot higher than in some other towns. And if we were to push that number at the fringe rate, I mean, I talk to Rick every day, and Rick will say to me, this is the fringe rate, I'll hang up on it. So you better lower it, because you can't take 70% or 62%. You know, what I've done is in the mayor's budget, he's asked for $1.75 million. Whether you pass that or not, I have to be ready. So what I've done is allocate before anybody applies for the grants. This is where we stand right now. I'm using a 30% reimbursement, because I think you have to go back to your history that I researched. Back years ago, this was always part of the plan, that you guys weren't going to take from this because you were going to keep the budgets lower and to use this grant money as intended. As long as we're properly funded, there's no reason this can't be done. The problem is we can't not be funded, and then you want to take this, it becomes a double-edged sword that just won't work. And I'm here to be honest with you, and I will be honest with that. If it doesn't work, like 70, 60% doesn't work. We're going to attempt to do it with 30%, still fund the general fund, and have this money available. But like I told Mr. Jackson, and we've told Rick, that we're always here to work. But if something went wrong in our department during the year, something unforeseen, you know, this is the thing that keeps everybody from having deficits and the like. Once you take that, now you've moved when the special ed goes over $1.4 million, now we have to lay off 10 teachers. And that's going to have a ripple effect and affect everybody, including all the politicians in the town. But we understand what you're saying. We have a plan in place based on the mayor's presentation, and where you guys end up going with this, we're here to react.
So again, I just want to reiterate that there's an actual fringe rate for every salary, as I'm sure you know. And I want to make sure that that's in the budget that you're asking for in the grants. And so that's what I want to hear when we do deliberations, because those are not like you say here, it says there's real numbers that we should be able to figure out. So, you know, we don't need to get into that tonight, but that's the one thing I want to make sure we're making sure we're asking in all the grants for the actual fringe rate. So I would appreciate that.
You got it.
Thank you, Dr. Horsley. Ms. Baez.
Hello. I just want to say, last year I voted to approve the budget as you guys proposed, solely on the hard work that you guys had shown when it comes to your diversity, equity, and inclusion coursework and programming. You guys had made really big strides to talk to your community, have meetings, and understand what we wanted as a community and as a council to change or to evolve when it comes to diversity and inclusion and equity inside our Board of Ed. And I thought when you came and presented to us, it was such a wonderful presentation, and I was excited. And we were in the middle of a changing town, changing world for that matter. But there was something that we still saw as a glowing sun and on the horizon there. I just want to say we weren't able to fund, it didn't get passed as you guys requested, but I'm hoping that in light of us and what we saw this year, not only the pandemic, but also the dire need to have these diversity and education and institutions to realize what we need to be teaching our students and understanding with our staff and how we develop culturally. I hope I'm not speaking too abstract here. It is pretty late, but
No,
you
I
know what
get
I'm
it.
saying. We had some real coursework that was changing. I just want to say I hope you guys this year have not taken that off your plates or out of your minds because of the pandemic. I hope that you have considered all your resources, especially those resources on your Board of Ed. You have really wonderful Board of Ed members who joined this past term who can help with those things and have help with those things and have been amazing voices for this kind of evolution. And I just want to say, I didn't hear a lot of that in this conversation tonight because we're talking about the pandemic and catching up. But I do want to say that I hope to fund a Board of Ed budget that considers this wholly for this upcoming year. So I don't want you guys to answer now. You guys don't have to talk about what it is because it's late. But in our deliberations, this is something that's going to come up again. Are we talking about diversity? Are we talking about inclusion, cultural sensitivity, understanding each other, and making sure that all of our students feel like this is their school system as well? That's it.
I will give a very quick answer. Yes, on all of that. This board is deeply committed to this work. This administration, the teachers are deeply committed to this work. You're going to hear a presentation from the Hamden Diversity Advisory Council that did a lot of work to support the board's mission. And I'll be part of that presentation on the 29th. So you'll hear more about it on the 29th.
If I may, I just want to jump in here briefly with no more than a minute. Please cut me off. But this has been something that the board's been working on for a long time now, and it's been an actual goal to increase equity in the district, a voted goal, one of our key 5 goals. It's also we also have created a specific committee that has continued to meet to track progress on different areas in which we could achieve more equity and launch new initiatives. So that's been ongoing work. And you're right, there was a lot of talk about the pandemic, but one of the great achievements of this year also that, and I have to give it to Jody, give a lot of credit to Jody and his team is, and teachers and the directors, principals, they kept pushing on this work. The committee's curriculum has continued to be developed to be inclusive, culturally sensitive. There's also been work in terms of professional development of our staff around these issues as well. The board itself has been engaged in equity workshops. We're having another one this coming Saturday between 8 and 10. So this has been just a lot of work, and you will see the HTAC presentation come to you. That was a titanic task that started off with the goal of having about 3 meetings in person. First 1 or 2 were held in person, and because of the pandemic, we enhanced that to 5 meetings over 100 or close to 100 community members. And then that evolved into a report with recommendations, which will come to you. And we have task forces that are looking at different things, recruitment of minority staff, retention of staff as well. We're looking at pre-K. We're looking at also at curriculum as well. So the work didn't stop; it continued, and I just
You're up
wanted
to a minute.
to know that Jody got me. Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. And yeah, we do have scheduled, when we put out the agenda, it will include a presentation by the HTAC and Mr. Goller, a presentation by yourself about council role in helping constituents with interacting with the school community. Language for it.
Yeah, that was just I had every once in a while a council member will get stopped in the vegetable aisle at Stop and Shop or something and say, look, the bus didn't pick my kid up today. And so this would be, I worked on a couple of the kinds of questions that council members might get from constituents and some places, some responses you can give to your constituents. Like you may want to speak to so-and-so about transportation or or there's a bullying complaint in a school, there's a board policy you can get by accessing the board's website, and you can talk specifically to the principal, file a report. So it's really designed to just, it helps us when you know where to send parents. And so this is, again, another way we can cooperate with each other. People have concerns. When people's concerns are heard and addressed, that the level of, the anger and nastiness tends to de-escalate when people know where to go to address their issues.
And we might have some other partnerships coming in to help talk to us about bullying. So a full agenda on on Monday. We'll have lots, and the audit. Just a good night. It's gonna be a great night for council. Tonight we're focused on any other questions for the Board of Ed. Okay, seeing none, we'll say thank you very much to Superintendent Goller and your team. Much appreciated. You guys done great work this year. Thank you from us all.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Our next department is Economic Development. And I believe Mr. Eatman is here. Mr. Eatman, good to see you again, sir.
Good to see you, Council President, Council members. Thank you very much for this opportunity to discuss the economic development budget that you have before you. The objectives of this department, as outlined in your budget, is to, and I'm going to summarize, to increase the town's commercial base, create jobs, revitalize its neighborhood, to market the town as a place to live, locate, and conduct business, and to implement the town's business and economic incentives. So the budget you have before you, Council, from the administration, is a budget of a total of $336,230, or a 68,000 or 17% reduction from what the department submitted. The reduction in the administration was the elimination of contact services for a grant writer and a reduction of membership fees to the Regional Economic Acceleration, or what we call the REX, REX. 57% of this budget supports salaries, which includes a director who provides the guidance and direction for the department and or agency, in economic development tech, which assists with administration, such as payment of bills, invoices, maintaining of databases, to help prepare and review presentations, answering calls, phone calls from residents, community members, commissioners, as well as legislative council members, and provide the support to the other individuals that are in need. Currently, that position is vacant. And the position currently the position is vacant. I ask that the council considers the mayor's proposal to fund that position going forwardly for the critical needs of this department. An energy efficiency coordinator, which coordinates solar energy for homeowners and business, coordinates our sustainable CT engagement, coordinates our municipal efficiency and energy and upgrades to buildings, coordinates our electric vehicles, and then also serves as liaison to various commissions at the discretion of the director and mayor. This department will take on several key initiatives moving forward. One, marketing the town, going forward, working on developing and instituting a well plan for the town's current opportunity zone, or one opportunity zone, and then to also develop and assist in the needs of the council as well as its Economic Development Commission. These all in the weeks of 4 or 5 weeks of being here in this new position. I look forward to getting to work with you as partners as we look to transform the town of Hamden and to provide a better service to the town residents. I now stand before you ready to receive your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Eatman, and I certainly do. We all, the more economic development we can get, the better for us all here in the town of Hamden. So certainly wish you all the success. Ms. Horst.
Hi, Mr. Eatman. Thanks for being here tonight. So I just wanted to understand, and you can answer this tonight or when we do our deliberations. I just want to understand what the $60,000 to the Hamden Economic Development Fund is going to provide to the town. And I noticed that the mayor cut the Rex organization by 8,000. So I wanted to understand exactly what impact that would have on your department. And I really appreciate that you have a marketing consultant in the budget this year, because I think that's one of the things that we heard from the Economic Development Commission when they spoke to the Fiscal Stability Committee, was really how the town needs to be marketed to various developers and other business owners. And so I really appreciate that that's in the budget. So yeah, those are my kind of questions and ideas, but thank you so much.
Well, Council President, if I may, thank you very much, Councilwoman, for your questions. That number is also in consultation with our Economic Development Chair and at the request of our commissioners to put that in the budget. And I'm happy that the administration heeded that and was moving forward on that. As far as the HEDC, the Hamden Economic Development Corporation, I'm still learning about that. And I would ask that you give me a little bit of time during the deliberations to come back and to provide you a clearer answer. As far as the $8,000, which is the Rex, that's a membership for a regional group that meets to discuss economic development on a broader scale. The membership is broken up into based off of population and geography. So 18,000 is typically what we've paid in the past. Obviously, last year was the first time we have not paid anything as far as membership. It was something that, as I began to become part of these conversations, something that the organization has brought to my attention. But that's what the administration wants to do. And again, the council is at the will to do what the council would like to do, as how the council wants to decide on how to move forward with that. Either way, I will implement and do what the will of the council is.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Horsley. Mr. Caesar.
Thank you. I just want to first off say welcome aboard, Curtis. This is a very challenging job. I give you a lot of credit for taking it on, and I appreciate the fact of what you're doing. In my opinion, this department has not been exactly where it should be over the years. And I think that you're a breath of fresh air, and you're going to bring a lot of new ideas and new thoughts to the way we should attract economic development to this town. I just wanted to say that. You don't have to provide me this information now, but I'd be curious to know, maybe in writing via email, your plans to make sure that we are definitely making ourselves marketable to businesses coming in. A lot of vacant storefronts, a lot of businesses have left. I'm curious to know your thoughts and ideas as to what we can do to make sure that we are competitive with North Haven and other towns. I know that tax rate is one thing, but there's other factors as well too. I'm just curious to know if you could possibly, give me your thoughts and ideas in terms of what that is.
Yes, Councilman, thank you very much. And again, there are some challenges that we have. But one thing I have definitely realized is stepping into this particular role is that there are a lot of things in the development tool, in sort of in a development toolkit that we can utilize to bring those things in. And there's a lot of things that are at our disposal. And we do have gifts, we do have abilities, we do have things that we can leverage. And it's coming to meeting with our business folks, it's meeting with our leaders, it's meeting with each and every individuals on this legislative body, that those gifts are becoming more apparent to me, and you need someone to be able to sell that. And I think that the task going forward will be doing that.
I can't agree with you. I can't agree with you more. Absolutely. I totally agree. In my opinion, we have not been selling ourselves enough in this state, trying to get businesses here. Like I said before in my opening statement, you're a breath of fresh air. I'm so happy you're there. I know you're going to do a great job for us, and just welcome aboard. I'm looking forward to working with you.
Thank you. I look forward to working with everyone as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ross, Mr. Caesar, Mr. McDowell.
Thank you very much. And thank you for being here, Director. Perhaps, I don't know if this is a question for maybe Director Jackson. It seems as though there are no grant writers in our budget anywhere. Is that accurate?
Currently, there is a grants and special projects coordinator in the FY21 budget. The FY22 budget moves that position to the finance department, which I think we'll talk about in a couple minutes.
Okay, I guess I'll hold on that. And sorry, Councilwoman Baez, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I cut you off. That's my problem. I'm sorry. What we saw at grants writer in community.
No, right. But there's also, we've talked in the past about having different grant writers for different objectives, right? And so there was only one grant writer in community. Is that correct? Right. So in the past, we've also talked about having a grant writer in economic development or finance. And you said that that's now in finance, Director Jackson?
That position has moved to finance. That is accurate.
Okay. So I'll hold on that because obviously there's a little bit more to that then. The point I'm trying to make is that the fire department, I know engineering, others have relied on the grant writer position in economic development in the past. It's critical that we maintain that. Grant writers more than pay for themselves. It's a loss to not have them. So yeah, that's gonna be a priority for me. I won't bog it down tonight. I won't bring it back up tonight, but just know that I guess we'll come back to the table on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman McDowell. I do think we're going to get a further fleshing out of what's been happening with some of the reorganization that's happening and different stuff. So hopefully.
Okay, I'll hold on that. I won't bring it back up tonight then. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McDowell. Mr. Farmer.
Thank you, Council President. I got confused for a second. Cool. I had my hand up before for Board of Ed, but I'll be able to
I
ask.
apologize. I didn't see it, Mr. Farmer.
That is fine. So I have a couple of questions for economic development, and good afternoon, well, good evening at this point, Mr. Ethan. I guess my first question is the Economic Development Commission. They have a future planning and implementation project. I'd love.
Mr. Farmer, could you lean into the mic a little bit more? You're kind of fading out a little bit for me.
Can you hear me better now?
A little, yeah.
Well, my apologies.
Yes.
So the future planning and implementations project, the EDC project, if you could forward that to us, what that commission has been up to in the plan, I'd love to see it. Objective, in between objective 14 and objective 15 says townwide projects, programs throughout the 6-year capital plan. I'm not sure what that means. If you could clarify what that means, I'd be greatly appreciated. The last two things that I just want to touch on, marketing consultant. Why is that number demonstrably budgeted higher than it was in the previous budget year? What exactly are we doing in terms of marketing of the town's commercial properties? And then a breakdown itemization of any business that comes to the Economic Development Corporation. I think this is a pertinent year for me and my colleagues to figure out what we're doing when it comes to the Economic Development Corporation, and what business we have there going forward. But I think first we need to figure out what outstanding projects and things we're doing with it now, and then to figure out if it's economically feasible or reliable for us moving forward. But I'd also take your thoughts, questions, and concerns to that last comment.
Yes, Councilman, thank you very much for your questions. As stated before, the HEDC, the Hamden Economic Development Corporation, further be fleshed out at our deliberations, which I will provide to the council a list of recommended projects that they're going to be working on, and then also might invite some other subject matter experts to talk about it during the deliberations for the council to be further educated and having a clearer understanding of it. As far as the marketing consultant, the marketing line, yes, there's an increase in that line. We are planning, and hopefully with the council's blessing, planning on utilizing consultants and other specialty individuals who can help us with opportunity zones, marketing that as one of those toolkits, things in the toolkit to help bring in economic development to our repressed areas or our more challenging areas. To also look at some consultants and helping provide us with the subject matter experts to be able to bring in some development. Also working on the plan for the Hamden Economic, the corporation, not the corporation, excuse me, pardon me, the commission, which has to put in a 3-year plan that the council then adopts for every 3 years, talking about where we want to go, how do we want to service businesses, how do we want to move this town forward. All of those projects are going to be consulted with subject matter experts and consultants, and that line is to help pay for those areas. We want a full plan that we can that we can touch, and plan that is actually something that we can put together. But also we want the involvement of the council, of the mayor's office, as we look to strengthen the town of Hamden and for its residents.
Is that the plan that I asked about in the description? So that's the 3-year plan.
That's a 3-year plan. It's actually currently on the on the hamdenedc.com website. You can actually get a copy of that plan from there. The actual website has been redone. It was something that the former director was and the commission was able to get done before the former director retired. It contains a list of our economic development tools, some of our economic development tools. It also contains the plan. It contains the commission. And it's a new tool to help inform not just residents, but also businesses and communities who are looking and have an interest in this town.
So in that case, the plan is already there, and that would speak more to why we are asking for $50,000 more than last year.
You talking about the as far as the 60,000? You're talking as far as the marketing. The way I was asking is that no, that plan talks about what we're currently doing and what we currently are trying. That plan has to be remodified again before December because that plan comes to an end. So there has to be a new process of engagement of community stakeholders, a new process of community data gathering, and that plan has to be outlined. Once that plan is outlined, is presented to the commission. Once the commission passes it, if it does, it presents that to the council. The council then deliberates it, and then the council passes it. It becomes the new official plan for 3 years for the town. The marketing consultant line pays for consultants to come in to help provide expertise for us in developing not just that plan, but also looking at developing other things that we're trying to do, i.e. Working with the opportunity zones and further understanding that and using that to bring development to our repressed areas and looking at other things that we can do to help bring in development for this town. So the line is the line has been increased to help bring in the subject matter expert to engage the subject matter expert so that we can do more. Because the council demands more.
Yes, we definitely demand more. Through you, Council President, to Director Jackson, we can get the expenses for the last 2 times this was done so that we can get a better understanding and wrap our heads around how much it costs. I'm sure there's extra needs and concerns dealing with post-COVID reimagining. Um, I would love to talk offline with you, Director Eatman, as well, because I was confused. It seems almost cart before the horse, where this commission gets a plan from the department and then they pitch it to us, and then it all come back to us. So I'm a little fuzzy on how it works. So I want to touch base with you because I want to make sure communities first in need are making plans on how they will be economically impacted. So I look forward to that. And again, through you, Council President, if we can get the last 2 times we've done this requirement, the EDC planning implementation project, if we can get the costs of how we did last 2 times, I think that would help us figure out how to best use our expense. Thank you for your time tonight as well.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Councilman Farmer. Mr. Caesar?
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up, and I'll make it quick. Are there salaries paid out of that HEDC account or stipends or anything? Anybody working and getting paid for that? Or is that strictly for what purpose? I'm just trying to get a handle on that line.
That HEDC line is a direct payment from the town to the Hamden Economic Development Corporation. The idea was for them to do a certain amount of projects, to handle those projects. The sort of the details of that projects is still being further gathered and developed, and will be outlined in the deliberations.
So you can't answer if there's salary or not, if someone's getting paid a stipend out of that money or any type of funding for jobs being done, or is that strictly for, workshops or whatever it may be? Do we have any idea?
Maybe what we can do, Mr. Eatman, the HEDC is its own private nonprofit corporation. So Mr. Eatman does it, perhaps Mr. Eatman, you could ask the HEDC to supply that information. Mr. Eatman's just not going to be able to answer that on his own.
I'd like to see a breakdown as to what that $60,000 does entail and where it goes. Sure. Not just a blanket number. I want to see details as to where that money goes before we approve it.
And definitely, and I'm actually making a note to myself, the list of projects, but the council wants further detail, not just the list of the projects, but also salaries and everything else.
Sounds great.
We'll get that for you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Caesar. Dr. Horsley.
I'm glad that 2 of my colleagues asked for the same thing I did at the beginning of this conversation about the HD. But that's a usual thing, so I'm glad. I just wanted to reiterate that I'm really glad that Curtis Eatman is back on in this role, and that he's going to push things forward, and that he's pushing the opportunity zones forward. I think that's a really great thing for the town, and I hope that he's successful in doing that. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Horsley. And Mr. Farmer.
Yeah, no, I wanted to take the opportunity to thank Mr. Caesar for making my concern more succinct, because I think we would have been remiss without that. So I want to thank Mr. Caesar. I also just want to impress that these opportunity zones, we really gotta make sure that we're involving communities first in need, as they can be a double-edged sword. And I would hate for us to think about finances and financial gain for the town to the detriment to communities that are first in need. So I'm sure we're cognizant of that, but I would be remiss if I did not say anything about it.
Thank you, Councilman Farmer and Ms. Rowe Lewis.
Good evening, Mr. Eastman.
Good evening.
Welcome back. And I'm happy to see you. I'm not going to repeat everything that was said before. As it relates to the HDC, I had offered to cut that money last budget cycle because of the same concerns that are being raised now. So I'm in support of whatever we do because we need all the I's dotted and the T's crossed for that. As it relates to the economic development zone or the enterprise zone as they're called now, they do quite a bit of things, right? But we won't discuss that here. And if it's done correctly, it benefits every single citizen in those zones, but it has to be done correctly. And there are things that we need to tighten as it relates to those zones, because there is CBGB funding that is separate from this that comes to town specifically for those zones, and it's not being used for that. So I don't want to keep up the time. I know it's late. I have to go to bed. So glad to see you back. And when it comes to your budget, we'll debate a lot of stuff. So I'll leave that alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Ms. Rowe Lewis. So I think you've heard, Mr. Freeman, there's a lot of concern and expressed about the HEDC.
Yep.
We don't have to get into that tonight, but if you could bring back some more information about that, because it does, this organization, it is not part of the town, even though the name Hamden is it, the town does not control it. This is a contribution made as we make to other organizations. And so we have to consider, what role will it play in the future? There are some of these projects that the town does not necessarily want to take on our books, but to keep it separate with the HEDC. So we have to consider that and see if it is, a valuable investment for us. So any other questions for the Economic Development Office, Mr. Eatman? All right, well then, thank you very much, Mr. Eatman. It was very pleasant seeing you again, and I'm sure we'll see you again soon.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Council. Looking forward to working with all of you.
Thank you, Mr. Eatman. Have a good night. Before we move on, I'd just like to remind folks, we are going to have a hopefully brief meeting. We're actually in the middle of a recessed economic development meeting for the rain garden approval. Ms. Baez as chair, I just wanted to check, do you think in your role as chair, you'll need Mr. Austin for that meeting?
Mark Austin?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Okay, thank you.
I think we're all set, Mark.
Right.
Go to bed.
You've been a real trooper hanging on.
Mark's got nothing better to do.
The Zack Snyder cuts out. I'm sure he's got time. He needs to go watch that.
I fell asleep like 3 times during it, but that's a sidetrack. Let's continue.
All right, thank you, Ms. Baez. And last but certainly not least, before this, just want to say our building department acting department head was unable to be here, so please, any questions you have for the building department, submit to Ms. Renta, which will be sent to the appropriate person, and we can get that information for us. But we do have our finance, assessor, IT, all rolled into one in the fabulous form of Hamden legend Scott Jackson. Jackson.
Good evening, everyone. I am a man of a certain age, so I usually go to bed around 9 o'clock. So you get the sleepy Scott, which is probably good because it's crisp, it's clean, and it gets to the point. So I will be doing finance, IT, and assessor. I did see Dave Stannard, our Chief Assessor on earlier. I don't know if he's on now, but if he is here, I would ask that he and Deputy Finance Director Rick Alarza unmute themselves and feel free to interrupt me as I go along, but I might ask you questions based upon what the counselors request. So for those of you who have worked with me, I think you probably know that I have a sequence in how I handle things, which is I deal with the boulders, the rocks, the pebbles, and then the sand. And so I think that these meetings today are really about the boulders and the rocks. And so that's where I'm really going to focus. I'll talk about, I'm here to answer questions on 4 budgets. One, which is the total $260 million budget, and then the individual budgets of finance, IT, and assessor's office. And I'll attack them in that order. So I'll start with finance. In speaking with many members of the council, one of the things that kept coming up were the revenue estimates. And so I think you'll see in the finance department a reflection of those conversations. Miscellaneous revenue is down by about 30%. Investment income, based upon where the Fed is right now and is going to stay probably, is down $300,000. We have a little bit more money in an asset sale. And if you haven't, I encourage all of you to go and sit for 1 minute at the VOED lot and just look at the number of stationary motor vehicles that don't have a specific purpose except to be parted out. And so we are gonna clean that place up. And so that is the reason for the increase in the asset sales. And relocation is a mystery right now because you can't really evict people right now. And you probably ought not to, unless you have a very specific reason to do that. So we kind of left relocation where it is, just as sort of a holding pattern. It's sort of just, you know, kind of an kind of a line. On the expenditure side, there is an increase in salaries that moves the grants coordinator into the finance department. I started working in this town in 2004, and that grant coordinator has moved more times than anything that I can think of. So I think it belongs in a central service organization. And so when I say central service, what do I mean? I mean an entity that does 50% plus 1% of work with internal entities as opposed to external entities. So it's not a public facing citizen service, you know, 51% of the time. And so I think that's the right call to move it into such an organization. But it does seem to inflate the expenditure side on the finance department. We talked a little bit earlier today about the police department account clerk. And we had many conversations internally as to whether that should be a finance department account clerk who does police work or a police department placement. And ultimately we came to the conclusion that it's better off on the police side. Because if we say, okay, so you're going to do 95% of your work is going to be police. I mean, the complexity of doing things like extra duty and overtime, I can't really express. But it has to be done in real time. So if we say, okay, we're going to bring into the finance department, but when the police department calls, you have to be responsive to that. It just it doesn't work out well, because it's a position with multiple reporting chains, and it's not great. So we agree with putting that account clerk into the police department. So those are the big things I think in the finance department. I'll shoot over to IT. One thing that if I could get a little bit more money, I would put a little bit more into cloud services for IT. Obviously, we had a bad situation in October of 2019, something that we continue to talk about. I would rather push that risk onto cloud-based management as opposed to keeping it in-house. I mean, we're fighting off tens of thousands of foreign pirates every single day. And if one of them gets it, just one of them gets in, then we have a problem. So the one thing that I would like to continue to move forward on is offloading our internal servers to cloud-based servers and let Amazon Web Services and everybody else take that particular risk. So that's other than that, IT is pretty flat. A lot of what IT needs is going to be coming to you in the capital budget that will hopefully be in your hands in 8 or 9 days. But I think the principle of protecting our data by putting it in the cloud and transferring risk to the cloud manager, I think that's something that we need to be kind of pretty firm on. So those are the big deals with IT. Assessor, I saw Dave Stannard on the call earlier. I don't know if he's here. Dave, are you here?
I do not believe he's here anywhere. I'm not seeing him anywhere.
Okay. There's not much in the assessor's office. It's mostly personnel. There are some titles that probably need to be changed, but that has to go through its own process. And so I expect that we will work through that. For example, there is no deputy assessor. There is an assistant to the assessor, which is probably not the right title. Many years ago, when last I was in the building, we had a deputy assessor. And so I'd like to take a closer look at that. At the end of the day, we have to sign the grand list. We have to do certain mechanical things out of the assessor's office. And to do that needs a certified assessor. And so for our own protection, I think that we need to make some effort to change some of those job titles to ensure that we have the right job descriptions so that we can get the right certified people in there so that no matter what happens, we can move forward in the assessment arena. We have Board of Assessment Appeals is working really hard right now. This is a big week for them. They have to get everything done by the last day of the month. So in the assessment arena right now, that's sort of the critical path, getting 240 assessment appeals done. And we have good news on that. Grant list is up by 300 million, and motor vehicles are up by 10 million. So everything seems to be moving in the right direction. Commercial is up 20%. Condos are up 3%. Residential is up 5%. So a shift to commercial, this thing that is sort of the unicorn, we actually have happening right now. We just have to make sure that the technology is in place and that we can get these meetings done and in the book before the end of the month. So that is my piece on assessment. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. I guess for when we begin our deliberations, I think it'd be, well, one, in your particular role, if you could, when we start deliberations, speak to, I believe there's 2 positions that you're looking to fill in the accounting department. So if you would just be able to speak to those as to the necessity of them, and why they're needed, et cetera, why, what they'll bring to the department by filling those positions. And the other thing, a more global request for the budget in general, is, we're aware, many department heads have put in request for positions. Not all of them have been made it to the mayor's budget. So it would be helpful when we get to those departments if we can have a narrative or just an explanation of why we're going to be, I think, a little leery. As you said, things are moving in the right direction, which is not something I could have said for the past 3 or 4 years financially. So, but we're still leery as we're recovering here of overextending. And then, we don't want to create any issues for councils in the future. So if we could get, here's why these made it from department request to mayor's budget. What about those, positions the mayor thought were critical? So that would be helpful.
Absolutely. And if I can, I will provide that narrative that you requested, Mr. President. Right now, today, we have a $260 million budget. We have 1 person doing accounts receivable. That's not sustainable. And so these positions reflect, and one of the things that Fiscal Stability Committee asked me to do was to take a really close look at what's in the audit. And we've been getting dinged in the audit for 20 years about certain items. And so without going into great detail, it's segregation of duties. The person who puts in a requisition shouldn't be the person who pays the requisition, shouldn't be the person who cuts the check, shouldn't be the person who reconciles that check. But we don't have enough people to actually do that. So what you see in the budget is a direct reflection of the audit and the 11 items recommended by the Fiscal Stability Committee.
That's a pretty good narrative.
I should have recorded it.
And we spoke before about the salaries and And we can get into that further, but you said you're going to produce several scenarios. And so that's about it for me. Dr. Horsley.
Thank you, Director Jackson, for being here so late with us. So I'm a little confused about the grant writer because I don't see it in my copy. And so I just want to understand if it's the same, if we're just hiring one grant writer for the town, or if that's being moved from where it is currently to your department, or if you're requesting another grant writer. So if I can just understand that for the deliberations, that would be great. And then the other question I have for the, again, these are, I'm assuming questions that we're going to get answers to later in all of my questions. As the auditor has said to us multiple years, and as the Fiscal Stability Committee has recommended that we get the finance department into shape in terms of the number of people, I just want to understand if these are the correct number of people that the auditor has requested, and that's why you're requesting these additional personnel. So those are my questions. And then I think ultimately I envision a restructuring of IT for the town in terms of not just in your department, but throughout the town. And so I'd love to get your perspective on that during the deliberations as well. Thank you so much.
Yeah, happy to do it. Sort of working backward. I actually started my professional career in IT. All of my certifications have lapsed, so I'm no good anymore. But I still think I have a sense of how it works, and we have to have police has its own space. Medical, anything that's HIPAA related has its own space. I think we have to come up with through the capital plan, we have to come up with sort of a cohesive reset. Because we're running on, machines that are, Windows 2000. Mission critical machines that are out of warranty. we can't have it. So we have to hit a reset. So I do want to just kind of throw a shot across the bow to the members of council that the IT capital improvement plan is going to be probably a little bit heavier than you would want, but there is a reason for that. Windows 2010, I think it went out of service in January of this year. So everything that we're running, dispatch, whatever it is, if it's running on Windows 10, we can't call anybody to fix it. So we got to do something about that, and I think it's high time for a reset.
Thank you, Dr. Horsley. Mr. Farmer.
Thank you. Okay, all the bells and whistles are gone now. Thank you, Council President. A couple of questions that I wanted to ask to you, Council President, to Director Jackson. I guess my first question is the IT position. How long has that position been vacant?
Let me go, open it up right now. Let's see what I have.
It was news to me, but it has the V next to it saying that it's vacant, and it's starting on a new salary rather than.
Yeah, Unfortunately, I don't know. I know the individuals in the two filled positions. I do not know how long that position has been vacant. I will take a look at that and get back to you, Councilman Farmer.
No, I appreciate that, and I, as much as I am concerned about cloud-based services, I think you are right that the liability to the town, it would be much cheaper and safer to push that off to cloud-based services rather than for us to take that up. So I'd be happy to hear from your department or through your leadership to IT on what that might look like. On the IT side, I would love a description of the programs that we're using or have agreements for. I see the mayor's C-Click Fix in there and other things to that degree in nature at the end of the finance department. So I'd love to see the descriptions and the agreements broken down if possible. The only big things, the rocks and boulders, if you will, in the assessor's office, the professional tech service line. I'm not sure if this is a typo. The department request was 17,000, and then the mayor request was 117,000. So I wasn't sure if that was a typo or that was there had some vision. He was
Yeah, I can't specifically answer that, Councilman, but certainly the assessor's office is one of the areas in which our technology is woefully behind, and it's critical. So I will figure that out. There is on page there's a page in the budget that lines up all of our subscriptions. I will send that to you offline.
okay. And the last rocks and boulders. I'm gonna add this to rocks and boulders. It's a small amount of money. So I have three. One in the assessor's office for the GIS. It's $900. Not a crazy amount of money for update to the GIS. I think that's pertinent because that affects how we're taxing people. But the department request was $900. The mayor zeroed it out. So I just want to make sure that we're not buying software that we're not using. At the same time, I want to make sure it's up to date. So it's nothing crazy, but it has big implications.
Absolutely. I spent 4 days in Danvers, Massachusetts at Esri learning how to XML code this GIS stuff. I think it ended, I think, and I will confirm with you, sir. I think that it ended up in a consolidation because GIS shouldn't be different for building, shouldn't be different for engineering, shouldn't be different for anybody else. We should consolidate and make sure that we have the highest quality tools for all users.
Great. And I agree with that assessment. So I think that is the case, and that was good. The last two is just insurance claim line. Department request was 200 under the finance department. The mayor put 130,000. Is that enough? Are we meeting our obligations and liabilities if we leave it at that number? And then the very last question, just
if I can interrupt for 1 second, what line are you looking at, Councilman?
It is it's on page 56 and it is the 0958 line. So the senior deductibles.
Okay, let me, I don't, you'll have to forgive me. I'm tired and I'm using some old glasses. So let me follow back up with you on that one and we'll figure it out.
No problem. The only other concern, it's anecdotal so far. I've had several constituents complain that they felt that their car taxes that we get a little bit too aggressive, and that they feel that their cars were taxed higher than they should have. Again, it's anecdotal. I don't have any demonstrable evidence to say that we are, but just to flag that as a concern so that as we're doing this work that uh, that we're upholding standards of quality control so that we don't have taxpayers questioning uh, if we're taxing them at a higher rate for any reason. So I don't believe that is the case, but I want to flag that concern ahead of time.
Well, I think that anyone who thinks that should feel free to reach out to the assessor's office. Motor vehicle taxes are actually pretty simple now. There's a statewide limit at 45 mils. So even though our mill rate is higher than that, the car taxes are 45 mils based upon the NADA books. And so you'll see in the books, maps and manuals, the NADA manual, anybody can come in and look at, you know, what we used to call Blue Book. You know what? I think we're losing money on the car taxes. I think we've always lost money on the car taxes. But you know, I'll pay my 45 mils. Because it's easier than trying to register my car in Madison or someplace else that has a mill rate less than 45 mils. So I'm happy to dig into anything, Councilman, that you put before me. But it's just, this one is just math. It's just math. NADA value, mill rate at max of 45 yields X. And, you know, most people don't really care about it until they go to DMV to re-register the car. And then they say, oh, no, you can't register because you didn't pay your tax. That's when that's when the rubber meets the road.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Farmer. Mr. McDowell.
Thank you. So it's for the assessor's positions. There's been a few different departments over the past few years where we've talked about them in terms of being understaffed or not adequately staffed or needing a rearrangement. And we've seen a lot of those come back to us this year with solutions. It seems like the assessor's positions will be keeping the same. I guess my question is, and perhaps again, this is the answer for a later date. Does this stack of positions adequately enable us to do the role of the assessor's office in an appropriate fashion? We've seen what bad or poorly done assessments can do to the town, and we definitely need to prevent that in the future. there's other concerns that I'll more on that later, but I guess I'm concerned whether or not we're putting ourselves in a bind here by not addressing that this budget season.
Yeah, my assessment, no pun intended, is that there may be some job titles that should change, but that's got to go through Civil Service Commission. It's got to go through, we got to figure out what job titles we have. But man, we went through a very interesting assessment period with these job titles.
Yeah.
So I think it's fine for now. That's not to say I'm not going to come back to you in weeks or months to say I think that this is better. I think that we need a deputy assessor.
Yeah. Well, because
there's some things I think, but I'm not in a position to bring them to you right now.
Right. I mean, I guess the reason I'm getting at this is because we are paying folks to do responsibilities or to perform responsibilities outside of their job description, right? That's something.
Yeah. So there are definitely some stipulated agreements. Absolutely.
Okay. I mean, I get, so where, if you don't mind me out, where is that housed? Is that under professional technical or overtime?
That's under overtime. Let me look at it.
I don't see, it feels to me like that should be a separate line on its own, but I'll revisit that during deliberations.
Yeah, it's not really overtime. It's probably ending up in pro tech.
So more on that later. I'm glad we sort of got some preliminary thoughts out, but we'll revisit that later. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. It's getting late. Thank you for sticking with us.
Yeah, 1 minute after this meeting, I'm in bed.
You and me both.
Thank you, Mr. McDowell. Mr. Alston.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Jackson, sorry, I don't have a lot of questions here. You just mentioned some things that kind of resonated with me. Did you mention that there was an issue in October of 2019 that related to IT matters?
There was. We had a ransomware attack in October 2019 that shut our systems down for, now I wasn't here. My understanding is it shut our systems down, all of them, for about 6 weeks.
For 6 weeks.
Yeah, so and so we take security, the pendulum swings, right? And so we are on the far end of that pendulum in terms of a massive amount of security, which impacts if someone wants to email you at your email account, they may not be able to get to you. It may get bounced as potential spam.
Okay.
And so I wanna, that's not good. And so working with the IT commission and the IT director and everybody else to just try to find the right balance on that. If you have a constituent who wants to reach out to you, I don't really care how many emails they've sent in the last 60 days, which is one of the characteristics of a spammer. They should be able to get to you. And so I'm just trying to find that balance.
Okay. So in response to that, I'm not fully aware of how many systems that were affected by this, but I'm assuming out of your conversation, you seem to be saying that the town's main systems were affected by this. Were these management system or ancillary systems such as email and those type of things, or these are the type of main systems that we run the city on?
They were, I think the only one that stayed up was our financial system.
Okay.
So we probably had 40 systems down.
And that's all was running on server 10, because then the next part of that is that you said that we're on 10. So are we still on 10 that's not serviced at this point?
Yeah, we definitely have Windows 10 operating systems.
And we don't
there
have,
right now.
and we don't have any post expiration agreement in place?
No, not to my knowledge, sir.
No post expiration agreements. And
Well, I mean, when the
normally when
the service agreement ends, we are at the will of the vendor, right?
And you're at their will to put a post expiration agreement in place. And sometimes they will, sometimes they won't.
Exactly. And if they do, it's at their discretion as to how much it costs.
And the services that you're provided. So
exactly.
With that, I looked at the objectives of the committee. The next step in that chain is the DRP plan. Do we actually have a disaster recovery plan that's in place, that's been tested?
We have a plan in place. I have not had the bandwidth to test it. I think it's important that we do.
So with the 6 weeks, with the one that actually occurred, how do we fare? Obviously not so well if it took 6 weeks to bring everything back up.
Yeah, no, we fared poorly.
So we don't have a disaster recovery plan in place.
No, we have a plan. We need to update that plan, which is probably 2018 to 2021 standards.
Yeah, okay. Just for me, I think that those things kind of point towards what I see would probably, are these the capital expenditures that you're talking about under IT listed under finance?
Sir. Yes, sir. We have to take a deep breath, I think, and move forward in this environment. Between all of the various items that we have possession of, we can't not have the highest level of security for our systems. And right now, I don't know that we do.
Okay.
Mr. Austin?
Yeah, I think we can have some additional conversation otherwise. Thank you for indulging.
All right, and Mr. Olson, feel free to give me a call. I'm happy to take as much time as we need to figure this out, because obviously this is something that is of importance to you.
Yeah, well, not just me. I think it should just be to the town. If we've already incurred an experience where the town was down for 6 weeks, and we swung the pendulum, as you say, dramatically in the other direction where we went heavy on security, but we haven't tested that security. And it just seems like this might be an area that could be overlooked as a significant risk. And I don't know if risk management has been looking at this.
I have actually spoken in the last 2 days with Kerma, our insurance company, about what the cyber profile insurance looks like. This is as far as I'm concerned, this is our biggest area of potential exposure. And so, going back to the boulders, this is a boulder. So I'm spending a lot of time on it.
All right, I won't take up any more time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Alston. Yeah, it's a big budget, lots for us to get into. And like I said, tonight was just the beginning. There's still more to go, and we can take more time and deal with these issues. So I would like to thank the members of the administration and ask the members of the Economic Development Committee to hang out for another moment, so Ms. Baez can take that committee out of recess and take a vote if everyone agrees. So thank you to members of the administration, much appreciated. And good night. And Ms. Baez, the floor is yours.
I'm excited to open back up this committee, guys. I hope you have had a great evening. But now at 11:02, I will be bringing back the Economic Development Committee. Welcome. I will be taking should I take the attendance now? Okay, yes. So Athena Gary, who is usually a chair, is absent tonight. I am present. Justin Farmer's present. Valerie Horsley, you still with us? No, she had to go.
I think we lost Valerie. Do we have?
All right, Marjorie Bonadies is absent. Miss Burrito Lewis is present. Miss Betty Wetmore present. Thank you all for being
Barely.
barely. I'd like to open up the conversation for the public. If you guys have anything to say, is the public here to say anything about our one item, which is the order authorizing the rain garden construction project? Is there any comment from the public about this item? No? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to open the floor to a motion.
So moved. Second.
Okay, Farmer and Wetmore, thank you very much. Is there any discussion on the issue? Any discussion on the issue? Discussion? No? Let's call a vote then. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? All right then. Looks like we're good to go. We had a quorum, right? Yes. Okay.
Yes, yes, thank goodness.
With that being said, I'm going to close this at 11:04. Thank you, everyone, and have a great evening.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
both-
You too.
Both the fastest and the longest committee meeting ever. Good night, everyone.
Sorry.
Thank you, everyone. Good night.